mind because I saw Crowder and Fuentes 2. We already watched the first one. But then it popped up on my feed. The homie John Doyle versus Dave Smith, and then some other guy I'd never heard of on Brad Palumbo's channel. He's trying to do I don't know, what is it, the American version of Pierce Morgan show? All in the same, even though I know I never would. All in the same, even though I never could. I mean, my chair was supposed to arrive yesterday, and it said between 10:30 and 2 p.m. I was awake, sitting in here waiting. I get an alert on my phone. It says, delivery attempted, business is closed, or person isn't home. Which it doesn't even say that I need to sign for it. It just said, business is closed, person's not home. I'm like, what? Nobody came to my door. Nobody knocked on my door. Now, the staircase that leads up to the landing, that leads up to my apartment out front, some of the stairs are crumbling. And I don't know why they don't just change all of them, but instead what they do is, as one stair gets too far gone, then they'll come out and they'll fix that one stair. I fixed a bunch of them. That's when I was welding. I welded a bunch of the stairs to the thing, but not all of them, because the dude's like cheap. He doesn't want to pay to get them all redone. So some of the stairs are bad. So I'm assuming, and this has happened before, when they get real bad, they won't come up the stairs. I won't get any packages. And so I'm assuming the package is 80 pounds. It's a big box. He didn't want to bring it up the stairs on a pulley because he thinks the stair's going to break. Okay, that's fine. But come up and knock on my door and ring the doorbell, and then I'll come downstairs and get it. It's 80 pounds. I'll throw it on my shoulder and carry it up the stairs, since you're afraid. But he didn't do that. So it says it failed. So now they're supposed to try again today. It's not giving me an exact time. It's saying sometime today they're going to try it again. So I put a big note out there at the bottom of the stairs. I said, leave the package at the bottom of the stairs. Or if you're not allowed to do that, come up the stairs, knock loudly on the door, ring the doorbell, and I'll come get the package. I don't know why you wouldn't do that yesterday. How do you know the business was closed or the person wasn't home? You didn't knock on the door. You didn't even try to go up the stairs. Then they sent me a picture of the package, and it's like at the factory with a rug on top of it. I'm like, did you even take it out of the truck? You took it out of the truck down there at the road, because they can't bring the truck up into this driveway. So they leave the truck down there at the road. I'm guessing you put it on a dolly, rolled it all the way up here, got to the stairs and said, and then one of the stairs is broken more. So it looks like he even tried to get it up the stairs. And then a stair started breaking. And he was like, nope, I'm not doing it. His name's Fahid or Farir Fahid. I'm like, probably some dude that doesn't even speak English. You're not even going to be able to read my note. Oh, I'm not taking it up the stairs. Doesn't take my package up the stairs. Okay, fine. Ring the doorbell. Knock on the door. How you going to say nobody's home if you didn't try? And now if it doesn't get delivered today, if they won't leave it at the bottom of the stairs or call me or ring the doorbell or something, then they're going to take it to a holding place, which means I got to call an Uber, go over there, get it, put it in the back of the Uber, bring it back here. And it's a big ass box, so I have to get a big Uber. ridiculous. That song is in my head. Is it weird that I'm starting to like Justin Bieber? I've always kind of liked Justin Bieber. But I like older Justin Bieber is pretty gangster. All right. Where am I going to find this? Damn, where'd you find this? You just been hit in the head with an exclusive. Right here.
Appreciated for years his genuine regarding,
Let's go full screen in this piece. Brad Palumbo's grill up in the screen. You got that grill up in that screen. What are we talking about? Thomas Massey losing? Oh, you mean you're surprised that talking crap about Israel isn't actually popular among the right? Shocker. It just seems popular because a bunch of people on X and social and Kick and Rumble dog on Israel all the time. So now people think that's like the popular opinion. It's still not. It's also not that edgy. It's not. It was cooler when it was edgy. It's not even edgy now. You're just like, oh wow, what are you're like a punk rocker. Like, oh, I'm counterculture, man. I'm different. You're not that different. You're not special. Because you say you hate the Jays. It's not edgy. It's not cool. You're not going to get banned for it anymore. Nobody cares. Shut up. Does that mean I think we should be sending them all the money we do? No. What, oh, nice. As soon as I get my chair where we can do the final chair stream. Hopefully, if I get it today, we'll have to do it Monday. We'll have to say chair well on Monday. Or I leave it running through the day. Oh, I knew what I had to get. I'll be the same, even when you know I never would. Told you to change, even then I know I never could. All right.
Thomas Massey.
It's just a lie. It's just not true at all.
Regarding
man.
whether
you
Massey
make stuff up, like
ultimately you cannot exist as a Democrat and express meaning.
John Doyle is one of my favorite content creators. Love the Doyle. Black person. I'm a fellow black person expert. Love John Doyle for years, since the beginning. But, well, he doesn't debate like online. He doesn't do a bunch of online debates. When he does debates, it's at a college on a stage behind a podium. And his last couple, the one against Destiny, I think he could have done better. And then, did he go against Owen Schroyer? No, I think that was Destiny and Owen Schroyer. But, his one against Brianna Wu, he crushed her. And then his one against another person, I can't remember who. Did I just call Brianna Wu a her? Oh my God. The world is tricking me. The world is playing tricks on me. Brianna Wu is a dude. Brianna Wu is a do. But can he beat Dave Smith? I don't know if he can. Oh, and also, when he debated Destiny didn't even show up, and he debated on a screen, which is not fair. It's way different debating in front of a crowd, standing up the whole time, and then sitting behind your desk where you're comfortable with a camera, talking to a camera. That wasn't even fair.
Full opposition to the sort of cores of the ideology.
I mean, that's no different than saying I'm 6'8"
I don't know who
and I
this
play for
guy
Los
is.
Angeles Lakers. It's absurdity.
You don't think that's a bit of a straw man of what the Democratic Party...
And it seems like it's going to be Doyle versus 3 here. I don't know who this guy is. Brad Palumbo, I'm pretty sure, is a lefty, or he tries to play centrist. He wants to be like Pierce Morgan.
writ large stands for gay race communism?
No, I don't. Not at all, actually.
And by the way, I ordered another jacket, suit jacket, because the one that I wanted, the suit, was on sale. Like, instead of $350, it was $99, so I ordered it. But the pants that go with it, they didn't have it left in my size. It was clearance. It's like they're getting rid of it. They didn't have the pants that match in my size, so I just got the jacket. But that's fine. I'll wear it on. I'll wear that to the live verbal combat. I'll just wear the jacket with like a black t-shirt and some blue jeans. It'll be casual suit wear. And then Saturday at DebateCon, I'll wear the nice suit.
Another one bites the dust.
CNN can now project that Ed Gallrein will win the Republican primary against Thomas Massie for the 4th Congressional District in Kentucky.
Clearly, President Trump maintains a pretty strong grip on the Republican Party because he just led the ouster of longtime Congressman Thomas Massie in a primary challenge. Massie is ideologically more of a libertarian, conservative hardliner on many issues, but he recently broke with President Trump and kind of the mainstream Republican Party on questions concerning the Epstein files, Israel, and big spending bills. Now it's cost him his seat in Congress. While this isn't particularly surprising, it is still sad.
Whoever did the audio syncing to the video in this did not do a great job. Yes. Yo. Dude, I need to fix this AI spell check thing that it's doing.
To me, Congress is supposed to be a powerful and independent branch of the federal government, not be totally cucked to a powerful president who demands unwavering loyalty. And while Congressman Massie has always had some odd and
I guess the word cucked just has no meaning anymore. It doesn't mean anything now.
eclectic views that I don't share,
Like
I've
racism.
appreciated for years his genuine commitment to free markets and fiscal conservatism, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, when he basically earned the wrath of all of Washington, D.C. by demanding an in-person, on-the-record vote on the biggest stimulus spending bill in human history. To be clear, Massie has definitely fumbled his handling of some issues, like the Epstein files, and he's always been a tad too conspiratorial and cozy with cranks for my liking. But nobody can deny that he's objectively incredibly intelligent and committed to a genuine belief system. And I think we need more people in Congress like that, not fewer. The only upside here, if there is one, is that Massie still has...
This audio is synced horribly. Who did this? Who's your producer?
7 months
And why don't you just record directly?
left in office, and now he's not going to have to worry about re-election. So if his remarks after election night were anything to go by, he's not going to be pulling any punches.
While gas is almost $5 and diesel's almost $6, they're talking about this big ballroom they're going to build, and it looks like the Roman Empire, architecture from the Roman Empire. I see a few analogies there. And people are just trying to make ends meet. If you always vote with the president, if the legislative branch always votes with the president, we do have a king. But if the legislative branch and the representatives and the
We have a
senators
king.
that serve with it always follow the Constitution. We have a republic.
This guy's got a beer
I,
in
for
his
one,
hand.
will miss Thomas Massie's independent streak in Congress, but that's just my take, and the debate is only just beginning. Joining me now on Brad versus the World, we've got the Democratic influencer, Chris Mowry, the libertarian podcast star, Dave Smith, and the Blaze TV host and professional Thomas Massie hater, John Doyle.
Let's go. Let's go. And the professional, the black person expert, and one of the OG, one of the truest Trump supporters.
Let's get into it. All right, guys, thank you all so much for being here.
Thanks for
Thanks for
having us.
having me.
Yeah.
John, I'll come to you first. You have a very different opinion on Thomas Massie than certainly me and perhaps some of our other guests. That's why I wanted you here. Help us understand.
Dude, Harry Sisson, Dean Withers, whoever the hell this kid is, why do they all have the same gay ass haircut? Bro, that was cool in the 90s. This dude has never been on a surfboard in his life, I guarantee it.
And why I'm wrong, and we are better off with a Congress that does not include Thomas Massie.
Well, I guess it depends. I don't think that you and I are exactly aligned politically, and so I
Well,
think even
no.
embarking from first principles, we may run into some trouble
It's going to be John verse 3.
here. But I just think that the reason that the country has been so upended in the past few decades is because of the sort of political hegemony of the Democrat Party. I view Donald Trump and his administration, especially his second administration, to be a unique opportunity to perhaps correct some of that. And I look at characters like Thomas Massie, who I really have no personal issue with. You know, I remember when I was in high school, I think Thomas Massie used to be my phone background or something, sort of the remnants of like the Tea Party libertarian era. And I had a lot of respect for the guy, but it seems to me that in the past few years, he was happy to kind of make himself an avatar for right-wing opposition to the president, which I just don't think is useful or productive. And I don't know if I could speak to whether what's really on his mind or what's really in his heart, because I don't know that, but I ultimately disagree with the way that he's choose to conduct himself, and I think that the voters in Kentucky reflected that as well. And so I am happy that he's out insofar as it means that we don't have a model on the right wing for being successful in politics while being in vocal opposition to the president, because I think that the reason the Democrats are so effective
A model for unloyalty. Get him out of here.
at governing is because they are always in complete lockstep with each other. There is no meaningful dissent on that side of the aisle,
Disloyalty?
and insofar as there is, those people are not
Unloyalty,
rewarded
disloyalty?
with book tours and media tours and other positions. On the right, we don't have that. On the right, if you are actually dissenting from the president, you can be rewarded, typically within a left-wing media infrastructure. And so I think that's why we're bad at winning. And so, yeah, I would like to win, and so I'm glad that Thomas Massie is no longer going to be able to be in a position where he can be a meaningful disruption to MAGA.
Well, Chris, I imagine you have thoughts on whether Democrats are all just actually in lockstep. Maybe speak to that briefly, then give us your take on Thomas Massie, because I'm guessing you probably kind of enjoy watching Republicans all fight amongst themselves, but you probably did appreciate him on at least a few issues like the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And to start with Democrats being in lockstep, that certainly is not the case. Democrats have a host of issues. Congressional Democrats right now are the most unpopular they've been ever in American history. So Democrats, after the 2024 election, really still trying to figure it out. And I heard John say that you're rewarded if you go against the president of the United States and the Republican Party. But on the left, we're all just in lockstep. I mean, that's no different than saying I'm 6'8" and I play for the Los Angeles Lakers. It's absurdity. And that relates to the realities of last night, which is that, we very clearly see that this party is a party of loyalty to the president of the United States. That's it. Donald Trump has dominated and had an iron grip on this party for 10 years. I think we all kind of were trying to see how long that would last. We started to see cracks in that. And I think a lot of us were hoping that Thomas Massie would win. I probably disagree with Thomas Massie on 99% of issues. But again, I appreciate the fact that
You just wanted him to win because he doesn't like Trump. That's it. That's your only reason that you wanted him to win. Because he's not loyal to Trump.
he hasn't just sold his soul and all his values to the president of the United States. It was the most expensive House primary in American history. Donald Trump and all the people dumped as much money as they physically could to make.
So, never mind.
make sure there was somebody who was loyal to the president in that space, and that's what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm disappointed is I don't want congressmen who are loyal to the president.
Of course.
But, Dave, I mean, you're obviously more from the libertarian camp. You've been a longtime admirer of Thomas Massie. Are you surprised by this? I mean, I'm sure you're not happy about it.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, I'm Thomas Massie. I probably align with him politically more than any other member of the House of Representatives. So I'm certainly not happy to see him defeated. I don't know that I'm surprised. I'm glad that it was mentioned there right at the end. It felt like we were going to get through a lot of this just talking about whether it was like Trump has an iron grip on the Republican Party. I've seen everyone from Jake Tapper to Ben Shapiro and trying to spin that as like Donald Trump's just so much more popular with the Republicans. But the bottom line is that they had to put more money into this congressional race than has ever been put into a congressional primary in the history of the United States of America to unseat the guy. So it's not, they very clearly knew that just Donald Trump endorsing his opponent and calling him the worst congressman in history wasn't going to be enough. And so you had a massive effort to unseat the guy for essentially the crime of pushing for the Epstein files.
Are you guys hearing like an echo when the video's playing?
Being released and opposing the war in Iran. These were two explicit promises that the Trump administration ran on: no new wars and disclosing the Epstein files. So I certainly think there's no justice in it from that perspective. But, you know, I got to say, I think from my...
He disclosed 3.5 million Epstein files, more than anybody else so far. And he's not... We don't know if he's done or what. We don't know what's in the other 2.5. Maybe it's something we don't really want released. But he released 3.5 million of them. And he hasn't started a new war. He's finishing a war that's been going on for 47 years. And we're not even in a war. It's a conflict. And we're controlling the world's energy.
My perspective, there's a real silver lining to this, which is that I think they've essentially made Thomas Massie a political martyr. And the way that the support for him breaks up between generational divides is really something. I mean, Thomas Massie is one of, if not the most popular political figures in America amongst young people. And it was only because of the Israel lobby money and the Fox News apparatus, which is the media that boomers still can consume, that they convinced enough boomers in his district that he was like a Democrat now or had completely changed his principles, which is ridiculous and not true. And just one comment on I hear this as a talking point on from Republicans a lot, that there's like no division amongst the Democrats and that they just are all in lockstep. And I just really think this couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, in both 2016 and 2020, the Democratic establishment essentially had to put down a mutiny from Bernie Sanders, which had all the energy and all the young people, and they had to cheat. They had to lie and cheat to get rid of him, to even get their nominees across the finish line. There's a reason why there was absolutely no democratic process on the Democratic side in 2024, because there's a huge gap between where the Democratic establishment and where the Democratic voters are. Genocide Joe was the popular nickname for Joe Biden amongst left-wingers in this country. And I think there's a huge gap on the Republican side as well. It's kind of consumed.
I don't know. He's some Dean Withers, Harry Sisson clone. They're all the same. They're all the same guy, same hairstyle, same goofy takes.
The country at this point, that there's this huge like chasm between where the establishments of both political parties are and where the grassroots support from the people are.
Yeah, John,
I
want to give
Thomas Massie's much more with
It's probably a TikTok liberal.
the grassroots.
The midterm
Leftist.
elections are getting closer, and all this chaos isn't going to help Republicans turn things around. According to our channel partners at Calshi, people think there's a 77% chance that the Democratic Party will win the House in November, and just a 23% chance the Republican Party will retain control. Honestly, these days in politics, you really never know what's going to happen next, but that's part of what makes trading politics on Calshi so exciting. Calshi is the first CFTC-regulated exchange dedicated to
Everybody
trading
wants
the
to
outcome of
gamble.
future
Let's
events.
push gambling
I have
on
it on
everybody.
my phone. It's really that briefly, then I've got some follow-up questions about Thomas Massey.
Oh, this is just alignment with reality. I kind of understand what they're saying in terms of the mechanics of it. Like, there are, of course, disputes between who should actually govern the party or lead the party, between maybe a more grassroots Sanders type or maybe a more traditional Clinton type. But ultimately, you cannot exist as a Democrat and express meaningful opposition to the sort of cores of the ideology, which is and you're nodding your head at this. I challenge you, post on social media something in opposition to gay race communism.
Say you don't support gay race communism. Say you don't support abortion. Say you don't think we should what's it called? Gender transition children. And then see what your TikTok Democrat audience does to you. They will spit roast your ass.
Migration, anti-white discrimination. You literally cannot exist as a prominent Democrat, be it in a position of political office or influence in media, if you are expressing any kind of dissent to what would be referred to, I guess, as woke. And
also, they didn't oust Bernie because they thought that that he went against the grain of the Democrats. They took out Bernie because they thought Hillary could beat Trump easier.
Kind of stuff.
What
you can
is
say
gay
the more
race
emphasis.
communism?
It's exactly what it sounds like. It is race communism fruited with the kind of LGBT stuff. It is a form of Marxism with places emphasis on race, and then of course
It's exactly what it sounds like. Gay, race stuff, LGBTQ. Oh wait, I'm sorry. What is it? MMIWG 2S LGBTQIIAP plus community mixed with race stuff, mixed with Marxism, communism.
you've got the LGBT stuff ornamenting that as well.
You don't think that's a bit of a straw man of what the Democratic Party writ large stands for?
Why do people emphasize the man in straw man? Am I saying it wrong? Why do people do that? Are they putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable? Or am I? I say straw man. But I hear a lot of people, they say straw man. What is that? What's that from? Brad needs a comb.
Or gay race communism?
No, I don't. Not at all, actually.
All right, Chris, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just a little bit. I mean, I'm obviously over here laughing. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I just like, what does that even mean? Gay race, communism, anti-whiteness, these things that
He just explained what it meant. It means what you think it means, and you're denying it. Bernie Bros still cope that he would have beat Trump, but Trump, they cite the polls that were always wrong. There was no conspiracy against Bernie. I don't know about that. So I heard somebody explain it, and they were saying that, well, not a conspiracy, but Democrat voters wanted Hillary because she could beat Trump easier. Epic fail on their part, but Bernie had a town hall where he said with a straight face on national TV, "I will raise taxes." Yeah. Perhaps, but weren't the superdelegates a conspiracy for Hillary? I don't know.
don't exist and are just
well,
on
they do,
far,
and it's like
far
the same thing you
planes.
said with the absurd thing about playing for the Lakers. All you can do is be like, I'm laughing. That's so crazy. Tell me why it's crazy. Tell me how the institutions that are governing the country do not express those.
I will raise taxes.
What you started this?
I will raise taxes, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing if we raise taxes. How are we going to pay for socialism if we don't raise taxes? It's a good thing.
Whole entire thing with this premise that you can't be a Democrat without, that you can't be a Democrat and, give meaningful opposition. It's like opposition to being a Democrat is not, oh, I think white people are oppressed and I hate the LGBTQ plus community. Those are far different than anything relating to the Democratic Party. Those are issues of, I don't know, basic human decency. And so,
say you're not okay with gay marriage. Make a post and say, this isn't about being a Christian, but I'm not okay with gay marriage because Statistically, kids raised in gay households are more likely to turn gay. And statistically, if you're gay, you're going to have increased chance of being addicted to drugs, living a promiscuous lifestyle, and getting some sort of STD, or ending up in a jail or a prison. Everything I just said is true, by the way. Just say that and say, so because of this statistical evidence, I can't support gay marriage anymore. And see what the Democrats do to you, dude.
So, like,
Right.
I think that you framing this as if there's only these few lanes you can go to be a Democrat and be within this establishment, it's just dishonest. And as Brad said, I think it's straw manning. There's Democrats I consider.
Yeah. Or say, I don't support Islam's coming into America, not because I'm a Republican or I'm xenophobic, but because their cultural values, they mistreat women, and I'm a feminist, and I'm against women being forced to wear burqas and not allowed to vote, and I'm against their treatment of the LGBTQ community. Therefore, I don't think we should keep bringing Muslims into this country and letting them take over cities. I'm not xenophobic. It just goes against my values as a Democrat. They'd lose their damn mind.
Myself in between this very like progressive wing. I consider myself a progressive, and this more moderate wing. I often kind of sit in between the two, and I'm just watching. But those two hold beliefs that are wildly different from each other, and yet try at least to come together and fight against Donald Trump and
I
what
don't
we're
want us
seeing.
to get too derailed.
It's so retarded. You'd think, with what I just said, you'd think that Democrats and Republicans could join hands and unite on something. It's nonpartisan. We don't like the Muslims for our reasons. They don't like because they want to kill Christians. They don't like the Muslims. They shouldn't like the Muslims because they're anti-woman and they're anti-gay. You'd think we could come together on this, but no. That's racist and xenophobic and Islamophobic.
Here, guys. I'll say I think obviously there's a whatever you want to call it, woke, whatever word, there's a social justice ideology. There is a rising socialist camp in the Democratic Party. I don't want to get too boggled down on whether that really constitutes communism. John, what's your actual beef with Thomas Massie? Because when I think of him ideologically,
Marx said communism is when everyone is a socialist. Socialism is the move toward communism. It's the goal is achieving communism. If everyone is a socialist, now you live in communism. So yeah, it's the same thing.
I actually see him as kind of quite MAGA in terms of what he actually stands for and believes. He's got the groups, right? The pro-life groups, the pro-gun groups. He's got the very strong conservative voting record from Heritage Action, Turning Point, a bunch of other conservative groups. What is the gripe? Because the votes where he's broken with Republicans tend to be areas where he's outflanking them to the.
The gripe is he's anti-Israel, and like I said earlier, the majority of Republicans and the right are still pro-Israel. Just because Nick Fuentes got popular and it became cool to talk shit about Israel on the internet, on a bunch of podcasts and YouTube streams and Rumble streams and Kick streams and on X, badmouth the Jews all day. That's a vocal minority. The majority of the right still supports Israel. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. You know, I like Israel. I think that they are our strongest ally, our only foothold in the Middle East. And we need to have some sort of outpost, some sort of bastion of normalcy over there in the Middle East to make sure those crazy bastards don't take over the world. Do I think we need to send them? I forget the number, but however much billions, what is it, like 88 billion a year? The most money that we send anybody else. I don't think we should be sending most of these people that much money, but I've heard some very good arguments for why we should support Israel. Agoraphobia. Isn't that like agoraphobia? Agoraphobia. I know what that means. Isn't that kind of like claustrophobia, but different? Not tight spaces, but like... Anyway.
Right, yet they want us to believe he's some kind of rhino. What's your issue with him?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's easy to outflank from the right when we're just talking about issues on paper and kind of where we lie politically. I don't, I'm not even a Thomas Massie hater per se. I know that there are a lot of people who really go after the guy on Twitter. I'm really not one of those people. My issue with him is really my issue with libertarianism at large, which is why I graduated beyond that when I was maybe 18 or 19, which isn't so much a concern.
Yeah, Dave. What are you in 7th grade? Dave was an anarchist in 7th grade, and then like most of us, most of the little punk kids were like, anarchy, F the government, bruh, freedom. And then you kind of graduate. Once you get to high school, you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be a libertarian. I'm a libertarian. I like it. Just, as long as you're not hurting anybody, I don't care what you do in your own house. Then eventually you graduate from high school and you become a grown-up, Dave.
About the principles. Like if Thomas Massie and I are writing down how we think society ought to be governed on a piece of paper, it's really not going to be too different. It's just how do we actually go about actualizing that given our political circumstances? And I just disagree with the strategy of becoming Mr. No and going on leftist media to talk about how you're the only brave, independent person in Congress because you're willing to tell Donald Trump no. And then when it comes time to vote for things like the BBB, which secure the priorities of the administration, you're willing to dissent and say no. I don't think that actually gets us closer to what we claim we want the country to look like. And so it's not so much an ideological disagreement. I mean, I know he's a libertarian, and I think that libertarians tend to be a little bit more lax on things like immigration and trade policy than perhaps I would be. But it's not even so much that. It just is the strategy and the approach, how he goes about that, which I think is ultimately disruptive to any chance of us winning. And I think it's certainly beneficial to the left, which is why you have the same class of people who celebrated when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, going and waxing poetic about Thomas Massie's integrity. It's completely disingenuous. They recognize about Thomas Massie what so many on the right don't, which is that he is useful not because he furthers the cause of like right-wing politics.
We're gonna watch this, and then I'm probably gonna end. But if we can hit some sort of goal, then I'll add an extra hour. So put 3 hours on the clock from 9, 10. Actually, I'm going to do 2 hours. 9, 10, 11. If we can hit that, then we'll go till noon.
Politics, but because he disrupts them.
Well, so these same people, though, wanted his head on a pike after COVID when he stood up against lockdowns, when he forced votes on COVID spending. So I understand he's gotten some praise from the kind of liberal media institutions or some Democratic friends over the Epstein things or Ron or a few things. But I don't know, Dave. This seems to me like Thomas Massie hasn't changed. The environment around him has.
Yeah. Brad, I used to be a partisan who would just blindly support the president of my party, but then I graduated from that when I was like 7 years old. And so then I went in a different direction. Thomas Massie.
Wait, what did he just say?
Blindly support the president of my party, but then I graduated from that when I was like 7 years old. And so then I went in a different direction.
Oh, good one, Dave. He just said, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say to me bounces off me and sticks to you. Good one, Dave. That was clever. You were loyal to the president before you were 7 years old. When you were 6 years old, you were loyal to the president. That's retarded, Dave.
Thomas Massie, I like that the one thing you pointed out that he outflanks him to the right, and the one thing you could point to is he didn't sign on to a giant spending bill that passed anyway. No, what happened here is that Thomas Massie opposed an idiotic, catastrophic war of aggression and a war of choice, and Thomas Massie opposed covering up the Epstein scandal, which really humiliated the administration that had run on that and then done.
They released 3.5 million files. What cover up is he talking about? What are they talking about? We're still talking about the fucking Epstein files.
180 and then just pathetically tried to bury the thing and claimed it was a Democratic hoax or it didn't exist. Even just a few months before he finally got them to pass the bill, the official position from the Justice Department was that these files don't exist. They're all gone. They came out and openly said that. Then we got 3.5 million of them, and they're just openly, illegally holding back another 3 million of them. That's what got the lobby on his back. And, I'm glad you brought up him being
It's not illegal. They said we're not going to release anything with victims' names, no CP, and no open investigations. Now, they may have said, well, we have no open investigations. Maybe there's no open investigation. First off, Trump has said this before. I'm not going to tell you everything I'm going to do, and I'm not going to tell you what I won't do. I won't tell you what I'm going to do, and I definitely won't tell you what I won't do. So he plays his cards close to his chest. We don't know that those 2.5 remaining files aren't just a whole bunch of porn and CP. People want so bad for all this CP to get released. Gross. Or there are open investigations, and that's why they're not releasing them. There were stipulations in the law that said we will be able to withhold files for these reasons. So if files are withheld, rather than say they're just trying to cover it up, why don't you just assume that it's one of those 3 reasons? That's why they haven't released them yet. Why do you always assume the worst?
opposed to the insane COVID spending that gave us so much of the inflation that got blamed on Joe Biden, but was really actually partially at least responsibility of Donald Trump for passing those dumb spending bills. Thomas Massie was absolutely right and heroic on that, while President Donald Trump made Fauci the national face of the pandemic.
At least it's not the Inflation Reduction Act that mentions pot shops 4,000 times. What that has to do with inflation, I have no idea.
Pandemic response and championed lockdowns and mocked, the areas that weren't locking down. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You can just say you graduated from libertarianism and now we're talking about what really, what needs to be implemented to help our society. Well, which one is it? Wars of aggression, burying the Epstein scandal, or the COVID lockdowns and the COVID spending? Which one of these things were so...
Trump didn't lock anybody down for COVID. And Trump did one $1,200 stimulus bill. Biden did a $1,200 stimulus bill and a $600 stimulus bill when COVID was on a downtrend. Trump did one stimulus bill and spending bill at the heat of in the heat of COVID. And he'll say, oh, Operation Warp Speed. His whole thing was freedom to try new experimental medications and to cut red tape, which is capitalist, which increases medical research, new medicines, new things. He wanted to cut the red tape, get the new medicines out faster. If it hasn't gone through the right testing and people want to try it, they should have the freedom to try it. If people won't go back to work unless they get a vaccine and they don't think they're going to get a vaccine for 2 years and he releases a vaccine in 9 months and people go back to work, that's a good thing.
Wonderful for our society.
He didn't make you take it. Also, I didn't take it. You didn't have to take it. I hate when people are like, Operation Warp Speed was the worst thing ever. What do you mean? Did you take it? Are you having some sort of negative effects? Is that why your butt hurt about Operation Warp Speed? That's your fault, dumbass. I didn't take it. You didn't have to take it. Were you going to lose your $50,000 a year job? Get out of here. You care more about your stupid job at freaking FedEx, where they can't even bring a package up a staircase, than you do about your medical freedom? That's your fault. You didn't have to take it. Trump didn't force you to take it. You know who took it? The Democrats who wouldn't leave their house unless they had a vaccine. And they're still wearing masks today. If they want to take this experimental new drug to make them comfortable to go back from work and they end up keeling over from myocarditis 2 years later, let's go, Trump. Good job.
Society.
John?
I'm not seeing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to relitigate the first Trump administration. I certainly
course
wouldn't
not.
run.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the second Trump administration, the war. I mean, the libertarian types are the same people who will tell you that Congress hasn't declared war since 1942, which is completely true. But then they will act as though, Thomas Massie really posed some kind of threat to whether or not the war.
I'll say the only reason that hantavirus isn't, oh my God, hantavirus is killing everyone. The only reason hantavirus isn't killing everyone and having us locked down right now is because it won't work with Trump. It didn't work the first time. If he would have got voted in again, the negative effects to our economy and to people's mental health from the kids being sat in front of computers, not learning facial recognition skills, wearing masks all the time, that shit would not have been as extreme as it was if Trump would have won again. Biden came in and started the fear mongering. So they know they can't pull that same shit again. We halfway failed the test, but we halfway passed the test because that was a test. And they only got half the country with it, with the fear mongering and the, don't leave your house and the control. It didn't work on a lot of us because MAGA was still strong. And now Trump's in there again. They can't just pull that shit again. Maybe towards the end of his term, they'll do it again. I would not be surprised towards midterms. Midterms coming up, hantavirus breaks out. Trump ain't going to let that fly. Human-to-human transmission of hantavirus is extremely rare. I've been reporting on this for my job. I can't stress that enough. That's just an example, though, that I'm using. Like it could be whatever new monkeypox, hantavirus, whatever, bird flu, mad cow, whatever new world-ending virus they invent in the next 2 years that they can release right at the end of Trump's presidency.
In Iran was going to happen or not, when obviously this is something that the administration could carry out without congressional authorization. So I don't understand how that would really put a target on his back necessarily.
I just don't understand what you're
You just talked for like 10 minutes, Dave. Can John talk for a bit?
you're saying there. Libertarians correctly point out that all of these wars are illegal.
He's just not assertive enough. That's John's downside. He's just not, he just doesn't get in there.
Legal and undeclared, but they also claim Thomas
You don't got to be an asshole. You just got to get in there, John.
Massie was a threat.
It's an incoherent,
to the war.
like if
Obviously,
he required
he's not
congressional
a threat to the war.
Right. So then
war's
why would that put
happening.
a target on his back if he was some kind of threat? Like if his
Right.
opposition to that would be meaningful, why would that put a target on his back?
If his opposition, well, I mean, I think him embarrassing the administration over the Epstein thing was more the problem. But he also went on Tucker Carlson's show and really broke down how every congressman has an AIPAC handler except him. And then Miriam Adelson poured tens of millions of dollars into his race. So
I do want to come to the Israel
I'm sure
thing.
it was just a coincidence.
Is that a
So
new
I'm
disease?
going to pull up the clip of him mentioning that about his opponent and everything. So let's maybe put a pin in that. John, your response to what Dave just said before that.
I mean, there are plenty of Congress people who vocalize opposition to Israel, but they don't get targets the way Thomas Massie did. You can find this with the
Are
Squad,
there
for example.
among Republicans?
Oh, no, I'm talking Congress people, Democrats, Republicans. We have two parties. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She tweets about AIPAC, and she doesn't really suffer the same consequences politically that Thomas Massie does. So clearly, it's not just an opposition to Israel and America's relationship with Israel. I believe.
But see, that's why Brad said, really? On the Republican side? John is saying that Democrats don't suffer from speaking out against Israel. But the point stands that Republicans will and did, which was what we just saw with Massie. So I don't think John's really hitting the point here.
Believe that the problem Thomas Massie faces.
Oh, the ticks. I was talking about the ticks the other day. Who was I talking to? I think that was on Teriak's stream. I was streaming too, but we were talking about that. I know. I'm going to have to do I'm going to write that down in my notes. I'm going to actually do a little deep dive into that on Monday night. I've seen videos of people finding canisters in their yard, in their pastures their cow pastures, they're finding these weird metal canisters that like open and close. And then there's an old video of Bill Gates, and he's got this canister, and he said, "This is a tick bomb. We drop them on our enemies, and they release ticks, and the ticks spread, and they wipe out the livestock. It's a way we can attack their food source." Mr. Mr. freaking philanthropist Bill Gates, he's out there feeding all these Ethiopians and starving African children. Meanwhile, he's injecting people with, what was he injecting them with? He gave some virus to a bunch of people in some other country, and then he patented COVID, and he's talking years ago about tick bombs, and now farmers in America are finding tick bombs in their crops. Interesting.
That he made a lot of political missteps pertaining to his like vocalization of being in opposition to an extremely popular president within Republican voters, and that's why he suffered. So you can make that about Israel or about like Miriam Adelson or whatever, but ultimately when people in Kentucky went to vote him out in his...
Dude, who is this Miriam Adelson lady? I know she's like some Jew, and she gives money through AIPAC. She runs AIPAC, and she has a lot of political power because of financing campaigns or something, but like, is she like the right Soros? The Soros of the right? Or Israel's Soros?
primary campaign.
But Soros is a Jew, isn't he?
And it wasn't because they were running advertisements where he says things that are critical of Israel. Republican voters like Israel, but they don't rank it even within their top 10 issues.
Yeah, but that's, of course, that's not the question. The question is, why was Miriam Adelson pumping all that money in? Not, yes, I agree with you. They weren't running ad campaigns that just told you what he said. They pretended he was some type of Democrat, even though we've already established at every point he's outflanking you guys to the right. But whatever. The point is that, yes, that clearly there was a concerted effort. They spent more money than any other race in congressional history. So obviously that was for a reason. And for you to just point out, say like, hey, Miriam Adelson hasn't put as much money into, say, getting rid of Ilhan Omar, that doesn't prove anything. Obviously, Thomas Massie was much more of a threat to the Trump administration because of what me and Brad were just saying. He's outflanking them to the right. He's running as a true America First Republican. And yeah, they saw that as much more of a threat. And that's why the money came down on him. And they're right. He is much more of a threat. If he runs for president in the Republican primary, he's got a great shot of winning.
Well, we can come back to that. I want to play you guys a clip.
By the way, I don't know what's happening with my channel, but I got to 5,983, and then it just sat there for like 2 weeks, and then it goes to 82. Now it's at 81. What is happening? They won't let me hit 6K. They won't let me do it.
Of both president, vice president.
That is not a call to make a bunch of alt accounts and subscribe on alt accounts. I do not endorse that or don't request that. Don't do that. That does not. I don't want fake. I don't want somebody making 10 accounts and subscribing 10 times. Don't do it. That's probably why I lose subscribers, because YouTube figures that out. Same person, different IP, or same person, different user name. It's called SPDA. Same person, different account. I don't know. I don't listen to the blame Jews for everything crowd. I'm more of a NATO hater. Based. I agree. I like that take.
J.D. Vance and President Donald Trump describing their perception.
And the UN. I like Israel more than I like the UN. Maybe not. Well, no, not all of the UN. The UN as a concept, not all of the United Nations. There are some nations in the United Nations that I like. But the concept of the UN and the concept of NATO, don't like it.
Of Thomas Massie. Listen to this.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to to have your independent stand on a number of questions, but that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies.
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just horrible. I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat. He's not
a Democrat.
A libertarian. You know, sometimes they say he's really a Democrat.
A Democrat.
He votes against us all the time. He voted against the border wall. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted.
What? I didn't know all this. Oh, well, then fuck that guy.
Voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders.
So, guys, I understand that Thomas Massey's been a thorn in the side of President Trump and the administration at times, and they'd want to get rid of him. It's partisan politics, what have you. But I wish they didn't have to lie about him. The idea that he is voting against the Republican Party on every single issue is objectively not true. Even the statistics that critics of Massey have cited show him still voting nearly 80% of the time with the party this partial term. And when you look at previous terms, it's over 90%.
This is, I hate when they do this. When Trump is being Trump and he speaks hyperbolically and he says he votes against us on everything, he doesn't actually mean every single thing. He's just saying a lot of the time he votes against us. The burgers were 2 miles high. Okay, we know Snopes, fact check, not true. The burgers were not 2 miles high. Okay, they were only about 6 inches high. They were big burgers, but they weren't 2 miles high. There's no such thing as a 2 mile high burger. Trump is a liar. It's so retarded.
And then to say he supports transgender for everybody or opposes border security just because he voted against the one big beautiful bill, well, the reason he voted against that was because it raised the debt ceiling by $4 trillion and added trillions of dollars to the debt. That doesn't mean he de facto opposes every single provision in it. I don't know. To me, this all seems like they say you're allowed to dissent, but then when you actually do so, even in ways where you're more in line with what Trump campaigned on, like actually wanting to release the...
Wait, didn't he lose a primary vote? So what are you talking about? He's not allowed to... They say you're allowed to dissent, but you're not actually allowed to dissent. He lost. The people voted, and he lost. It's not like Trump went in there and killed him. He lost the vote. That's it.
Files or not wanting more wars started overseas, then they still come for your throat anyway. I don't know. Obviously, it's hyperbolic language, Chris, but something about this does give. Like, you will not question, dear leader. It does give slightly cultish energy to me.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a cult. It's a party of personality.
Oh, my God.
You have to...
Look at Brad setting this gay-ass dude up for a layup. Doesn't it seem like cultish? That's called a leading question, and it's a layup, so this guy can say, oh, yeah, it's obviously a cult. Trump supporters are in a cult.
Every single level, being an elected official, you have to give pretty much your soul to Donald J. Trump, both in public and I would argue at some level in private. You have to get on the stage like Thomas Massey's opponent did and basically be like, I want to sleep with my, Trump body pillow at night. I love Donald Trump. Questions I get about the war in Iran, just trust Donald Trump. He's resetting the global order. And I mean, this is what we've seen in the Republican Party for 10 years. It's just the reality. I wish more Americans, again, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, up, down, left, right, would just understand that this is just this type of loyalty in politics is so toxic. The idea that if you speak out at all against Donald J. Trump, you're just going to be ostracized. You're going to be called the enemy. You're going to be called a Democrat, similar to now what we see with like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I really strongly dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene. But the idea that all of a sudden she goes against the president and now she's like a Democrat, I'm just watching all this from the background being like, it's like, we told you so. The president, this whole thing's a cult. Can't go against him.
John, do you agree with them like trying to pin just because he voted against the big beautiful bill, which was very big but not so beautiful and was thousands of pages and dumped on them like hours before a vote?
Yep.
Yeah, he voted against that. That doesn't mean he de facto opposes every item in it or supports the things that would have been restricted by it. That seems like a pretty bad faith. I mean, that is how political attacks work, but
Right, but I just think that's a naive understanding of how our processes are actually conducted. I mean, it's like the same thing with talking about his voting record. Like when, Trump and Vance want to say, oh, he's voting with Democrats all the time. They don't literally mean he's voting with them all of the time, but on issues where maybe it matters a bit more, he's voting with them. Or even I think he had the highest likelihood of voting with Democrats of any Republican congressman, even if he's still voting with Republicans like 85% of the time or something. He's still defecting at a higher rate. And then two, I'm of the opinion that all of our issues politically are downstream from mass migration. I think that there's been no tool greater to embolden and solidify the Democrat Party than mass migration. I think that insofar as we don't reverse that, anything else we're doing is ultimately futile. And so when I see we have on the table for us the largest increase in border security funding literally ever, to me, like, that's when it's time to kind of like put up or shut up, because if we don't get that under control, then the debt's not going to matter anyway. The deficit's not going to matter anyway, because Democrats will just have permanent political control and they're going to destroy the economy anyway. So I am willing to make that sacrifice, which I agree. I don't think it's pretty, but I'm willing to, actually spend more money if it means part of what we get out of that is the ability to actually preserve the sovereignty of the country so that we do have a window we can work with. Because if we don't have that window, then nothing we're doing is going to matter anyway, because they're just going to win every election. They're going to have the electoral winter.
Have you said that Thomas Massie is an open borders globalist?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay. Well, Dave, I'll let you kind of respond to that. I don't know if voting against the One Big Beautiful Bill, which happens to include a lot of immigration funding among a gazillion other things, de facto means you're an open borders globalist.
Maybe not de jure, but de facto is key there. In effect, that is what it makes you. You're allied with all the people who are the same.
It's just such a weak argument. I don't know. And it's as I know, Brad, because you pay attention to this stuff, one of the things that's interesting about it is it's a particular tactic that Democrats typically use, where they'll attach one thing to a gigantic bill. And then if you're against the bill, they claim, oh, see, you hated this one thing. And obviously, Thomas Massie had always been the guy who wasn't going to vote to add $4 trillion to the debt ceiling. And again, let's poll that issue amongst Republican voters. I think most of them would agree. Why can't we have this as a standalone bill? I mean, the Republicans controlled at the time, they controlled both chambers of Congress. They had the Supreme Court and they have the president. Why can't we just get a standalone immigration bill? Why can't we just get a standalone border security bill? There's no reason that you would have to attach this to $4 trillion of extra spending. Brad, then they're trapping you into either you go along with this or we'll smear you as somebody who's weak on the border. And so anyway, it just doesn't follow. The bottom line here is that they're both just lying about Thomas Massie because he's not going along with the team. But again, even when J.D. Vance gets into like, he votes against us all the time, which is a lie, or when Trump says he's for everyone transing the kids, which is a lie. I mean, the reason they have to say these things is because they sure don't want to actually get into the principle of it and actually tell you what the issues were that he broke with the Republicans and for the Democrats. And I think the bottom line is this. Look, Brett, Donald Trump came to the Libertarian Party. He spoke there and asked for our vote. He tried to be the nominee of the Libertarian Party, actually. They didn't know that that's not how the process works, and it's impossible for him to get it. But that's what he was after. They asked for libertarians to support them, then with promises, including no new wars and releasing the Epstein files. And now not only are they going to completely bail on those promises, but they're going to pour tens of millions of dollars in to unseat the one libertarian member of Congress who was standing up for those things. So if J.D. Vance wants to say, hey, this is just politics, got to vote with the team if you want the team to not spend $32 million to unseat you, well, okay, let's play politics. J.D. Vance has lost my support forever. Now I'm just one guy, but I am fairly influential with some of the most influential people in this country. And so, okay, you guys made your choice. This is politics. You've made an enemy out of the libertarians. And now enjoy how this goes. Enjoy where you have a president with the lowest approval ratings he's ever had. By the way, never a popular president, ever. But he is now the least popular he's ever been.
Never the popular president ever. He won. He was like the first Republican in a long time to win the popular vote.
The least popular war in American history that is not going very good, and he's about to get destroyed in the midterms. So, yeah, great job, Republicans. Great strategy.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene's a joke, too. And I said that before her and Trump went at it. I don't like women in politics, period. But I was roasting Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was at Biden's State of the Union address, and she looked like a clown. She was wearing a full red pantsuit with a red MAGA hat, and she was yelling and being obnoxious. I was like, nobody likes a loud woman. A loud... While you're wearing a pantsuit, trying to look like a man, a bright red pantsuit with a red hat, making a clown of yourself. The loudest person in the room, probably, and the most obnoxious person, and I mean loud not as in her volume. She was also the loudest in that sense of the word, but I mean loud as in what did Frank from American Gangster, what did he say? The loudest person in the room. Loud as in clothes that pop. You got like bright colors, and you looking like a pimp. You got a pimp hat on. You got a big green sparkle coat. You got sparkles and stuff. You're loud. Can't trust them.
Go take out the one guy who's beloved by young people and independents and libertarians.
It does raise a question, John, of political capital, right?
Massey voted against the SAVE Act. Wow. Yeah, get him out of here. We needed that.
Spent all this money and all this energy going after Thomas Massey, and he voted against them on some things, but it's like, okay, 90 whatever hundreds of votes, then one nay. Like
sure.
I'm not sure how consequential some of his obstructionism has actually been. And I mean, the point is, like, do you really think this administration's problem is Thomas Massey and it's going swimmingly, and he's the reason that you're not going to be able to achieve like your anti-immigration vision?
Not precisely, no. And I guess to respond to that briefly, I don't really know if I even believe in the principle itself, because you remember also in the first Trump administration, Massey voted against emergency authorization funding for the wall. So that was without the $4 trillion, and he still voted against that. So he seems to be principally opposed to it.
That wasn't a standalone. It was another giant spending bill.
Okay, well, the point being,
the continued resolution is what you're talking about.
Yeah, the point being, it doesn't seem that he has this like principle. It's like the ratchet mechanism where it's only a principled stand against something when it actually like helps Republicans win, and then every other time, he can vote like in lockstep with Democrats more or less. But regarding Thomas Massey,
it's just a lie. It's just not true at all.
Regarding whether
you
Massey
make stuff up, like
nothing I'm saying is incorrect. Literally, none of this is incorrect.
No. Objectively, what you just said is incorrect. That he votes with the Democrats most of the time.
Thomas Massey is the most likely Republican representative to vote with Democrats.
That's a different statement. It's not the factually incorrect one that you just made.
Different bills, I would assign different weights.
Chilling like a villain, Abe. Chilling. I need a new pair of shoes. I'm looking at shoes. I need work shoes, and I need other shoes
too. So effectively, the guy is a Democrat, which is why Democrats love him. That's why we have Democrat influencers praising his integrity.
Heritage Action, Turning Point, the pro-life groups, the NRA, all give this guy excellent, above-average.
They're
Republican
all Democratic
scores.
groups, Brad. Tucker
those are
Democratic.
Groups,
he's a Democratic show host, and Candace.
Yeah, those are like
Carlson,
the fun wedge
Kelly.
bumper sticker issues. Those are not the issues that actually decide power. Issues like immigration.
I love the incredulity from Brad and Dave here. John is the smartest person on this panel.
Are far more important for actually deciding who holds power in this country. So insofar as Thomas Massey's weak on that,
a show together. What kind of show together? What kind of show we doing together? Let's do it.
At the end of the day, like, the guy's basically a Democrat. We can all get up on stage and talk about the right to life or the right to own guns. That's the fun stuff that we argue about at Thanksgiving. What actually decides the composition and political function of the country is the border, is sovereignty. And Massey's weak on that issue.
Pro-life doesn't matter now? It's only immigration?
I thought, and you say, I make the straw man's. Every other issue is downstream of immigration. People who are coming into this country from the third world have far more liberal attitudes about literally every policy, including even things like pro-life issues, abortion issues, stuff like that. So, yes, insofar as we have more of those people coming into the country, legally or illegally, the Democrat Party is going to have...
I'm down. Message me on Discord.
Greater room to maneuver and become further left, which is why the country has become so far left in the past 60 years. It's not because the Democrats got better at making arguments. It's because they changed the composition of the country to people who are more sympathetic to leftist, collectivist attitudes coming from.
So the question there is why the
countries.
most extreme Democrats are the white Democrats who were born in America, and the less extreme, less woke Democratic voters tend to be the racial minority voter base. But I'll bring in Chris here I mean,
because white liberal women are batshit crazy.
you're the Democrat. You're the one involved in Democratic politics. Do you see Thomas Massie and his scorecard and his legislative record and think one of us?
No, absolutely not. And again, like I was live streaming last night, reacting to some of the election results, and I wanted Thomas Massie to win purely for our like democracy. I just think it's bad if there's a party that is, again, purely based off loyalty to the president. So I don't view Thomas Massie as quote one of us, but I appreciated the work that he did on the Epstein files. He seemed principled.
The farthest left guy on the panel was rooting for Thomas Massie. That should tell you all you need to know.
In other issues, I don't know Thomas Massie's, particular voting record off the top of my head. But again, I'm just kind of, I think it's good for our country if the party is not full of loyalists. And I'm sitting back kind of listening to all this like, Donald, if only, not to be this guy, Dave or Brad, but if only somebody was screaming and yelling, hey, the president's a liar. He doesn't actually mean what he says about no new wars or releasing the Epstein files or any of this stuff. And so now, again, objectively, the Republican Party is kind of starting to crumble here, and Donald Trump is the most unpopular he's ever been, with inflation skyrocketing and the Iran war happening and the Epstein files nowhere to be found. So I don't know. I'm just kind of sitting back smiling.
Here's where I have to flip it back on you, though, that during the Biden year,
all these people who are still bitching about the Epstein files, I guarantee you they have not gone through 3.5 million files. They haven't. I guarantee it. None of them have. The only people, I doubt there's any one person who's gone through all 3.5 million files. There's probably groups of people who divided them up and went through all of them and said, take some notes and then we'll report on it. We'll report on the most important stuff. But nobody's gone through all of them.
We did see a president in clear cognitive decline. Then we
Donald
did see
Trump.
a Democratic and liberal media.
They all just went to the Epstein files and they searched the name of the person that they wanted to find in the Epstein files. That's all they did.
Establishment where people were very afraid to say that truth. And there was something of a, like, you can't say the quiet part out loud. You can't turn against Biden. The ones who did were very viciously attacked, and eventually it became so undeniable that the dam broke. But it's like, I don't think we should pretend that that Republicans are the only one with any sort of partisanship or tribalism.
I understand where you're.
I know it's impossible. That's why I feel confident when I say that. Nobody's done it.
Coming at where you're coming from with that conversation, but obviously you would agree that we're like comparing apples to oranges here. There is no comparison between potentially just the question of where does loyalty have a role in politics, which I think is something that people have debated for decades, and the loyalty of the current Republican Party, which is way past that conversation, is way past any type of, hey, do we need to get behind Joe Biden because this is our best shot at, helping the country survive, and all these other questions that I think are at least based in good faith, as opposed to...
I don't know. You're kind of downplaying a massive cover-up.
Okay.
No,
certainly
not.
No. On a team against him. I mean, come on, dude. Listen.
No. I think these are two separate. I think one of those conversations it's apples to oranges. You're talking about people coming at a question.
What do you mean? Perfectly comparable fruits? Two round, sweet fruits, both containing a certain level of citric acid, both with a rind, seeds, both fall from trees. What do you mean? Apples to oranges. Such a stupid expression.
With good faith, trying to understand what the person to lead their party, who's best to do that, and everybody in Donald Trump's world being like a pure loyalist at every single level. Because
yeah, that's cool, Abe. Chances are when you do it, I'll be at work. Maybe I'll listen, but I don't know if I would even want to do that anyway, even if it wasn't when I was working. I don't know. Like last night, it pisses me off. I don't like it. I don't like what's happening right now with all the Orthodox guys going against guys that I respect and I like, going against guys that I respect and I like. And like that sort of thing, like how Eli was acting last night and how Jay Dyer acts towards the Protestants and all that stuff, it's driven me away from any sort of orthodoxy. And I know everybody will say, it's not, you got to ignore that internet stuff because that's not really what it's about. I get it, but that's where I know. That's the circles I run in. And when I see that, I'm like, I don't want nothing to do with that fruit. I don't want that fruit. That's not the type of fruit that I want in my life. So they got all mad because JP was leading people away from the Orthodox Church. They're leading me away from the Orthodox Church. I went to liturgy for a month straight and then lost my truck, so now I can't go every week. But and I love it. And I was interested. Still struggle with, I don't agree with a lot of the doctrines. But I was definitely, when I go there, I enjoy it. I like it. I like it way more than the Protestant churches that I go to. But seeing what's going on right now, I don't like it. Not one bit.
They only care about themselves.
A little bit,
yes, Dave,
please.
Okay, so first of all, like I'm sorry, but to frame everybody being like cowed into staying silent about the president who was clearly senile.
Dave flesh out his point.
Clearly senile, and it's not till after that debate that they all admit it. It was literally a cartoonish like Emperor's New Clothes scenario, and to say that was just like a good faith like debate over who's best to lead the country, I think is not exactly fair. But I will point this out: like if you're gonna say that like, oh, it's a whole different level of the cult-like following that Donald Trump supporters have with Donald Trump, I mean, I just think the empirical evidence is really going to argue with you on that. I mean, look, Barack Obama, I'm a little bit older than you, so I've lived, like, Barack Obama promised, he campaigned on ending the wars. He campaigned very explicitly on closing Guantanamo Bay, restoring habeas corpus, ending the war in Iraq. He turned around, he did nothing of the sort. He expanded all of them. You didn't see a mass exodus. You didn't see him plummet in his approval rating number. You didn't see Rachel Maddow and Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart and Bill Maher coming out and all denouncing him. That's exactly what you're seeing with Donald Trump right now. It is pretty amazing that Donald Trump has lost Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. All of his most influential supporters are actually standing on principle and going, no, we voted for no new wars and this isn't what we want. So you can say like, hey, there was someone yelling all of this to you at the time. Believe me, I had heard it. I had been saying it myself through much of the first term. The point is that it didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened in a scenario where the alternative was Kamala Harris, who had been forced in there and in the most undemocratic way after they had pretended that the clearly senile president wasn't. So yeah, that was our choice, and a lot of us went with him.
I'm gonna again, well, really quickly, just yes or no before I respond to all of that. You don't actually believe that the current Republican Party is equally as, let's say, loyalty based as just any other, like the Democratic Party of the Biden years and so forth. It's all just the same to you in terms of loyalty. You don't see this Democratic or this Republican Party as any more cultish?
I think Donald Trump demands more loyalty while giving out none of it. I also think he's receiving less of it from the most influential conservatives in the country than the Democrats did. Yeah,
well,
it's objectively true.
In relation to I have to kind of flesh out and think about a lot of what you just said.
Well, I mean, all the most popular right-winger commentators in the country have turned on Donald Trump.
Yeah, but two things here. Number one, I think that I would argue people like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly, they turned on Donald Trump because they're politically incredibly savvy. Like, I think Tucker Carlson is borderline a psychopath, popular. And I think that he knows, like, he doesn't believe in anything. He hated Donald Trump in 2021 after.
Dude's right about this. They turned on Trump because he wasn't the underdog anymore. He wasn't fighting anymore. They fight with the guy, they'll stand by you when you're coming up, when you're fighting. But once you get to the top, everybody turns on you. And and it became popular to hate on Trump, and they have their finger on the pulse of the culture. And if what gets more views is hating on Trump than supporting Trump, there was a time when supporting Trump would get you more views. And not supporting Israel would get you canceled. So none of them said nothing about Israel back then. Once it became cool to hate on Trump and hate on Israel, they all started hating on Trump and hating on Israel. That's it.
January 6th, we had the subpoena text messages.
You have one text message.
Hold on. He absolutely did. We have the subpoena text messages to prove it. Him texting.
You have one text message.
Oh, that was John's point in the very beginning, Wally. And both of these guys disagreed with John. John said the Democrats move in lockstep. They're united. They have loyalty. They stick with the party. They toe the party line. And both Dave and this nerd were like, no, that's not true. That's not true. What do you mean? It's crazy.
It doesn't prove anything.
No, it's not one text message. It's one text message
where he says
Can I finish speaking? It's a barrage of text to suggest that Tucker Carlson, again, saying, I despise this guy, I hate this guy. Then all of a sudden, by 2023, when his political capital is back, he's sitting him down and having him with his podcast session and all this shit. I think that Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene or Megyn Kelly or any of these other people saw the writing on the wall. They're incredibly politically savvy. They're, I would argue, in it for themselves. And they know that this whole Trump world, they saw it just before everyone else, is collapsing. And they need to position themselves for the post-GOP world. Hold on. But really quickly, I'm going to let you respond.
All right, guys.
Sorry.
Just Chris briefly, then Dave, and then I'm going to bring John back in the conversation.
I got to stride. I'll finish very quickly to the first point, which is that yeah, look, I don't think everybody, all these people just knew that Biden was, quote, senile and then decided to cover it up. Me, frankly, I felt like Biden was fit for the job up until I think about this all the time. I thought Biden was able to run and good to run for re-election later than most people did, and I would still defend that idea. I think there's questions about yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy. All right, well, we can go into that another time.
That being the case, Kamala Harris comes in not in an undemocratic way. The electorate votes for the people to send to the DNC to vote for her. So I think that whole thing about Biden being this whole cover-up is a little
well, there should have been a primary because Biden shouldn't have run again.
No, I actually disagree with that because the only way to have a primary is you have to be able to primary somebody, and nobody ran against Kamala Harris. I would agree that there should be
others would have entered if Biden had not run for the election.
But that's the primary well before Biden was out of there, and Bobby Kennedy was running as a Democrat with getting millions of supporters, raising tens of millions of dollars. There was a major challenger, and they shut it down. The head of the DNC said, we will not have a primary.
No, I think those are two different questions, right? Obviously, Kennedy was not a Democrat, or by the time Biden dropped, there was nobody.
No, what happened was Gaza, or Israel and Palestine happened, and the Democrat messaging was there's a genocide happening. Israel is genociding Palestine, which was not true. Still not true. Wasn't no genocide happening. They were bombing the hell out of their enemies. That's it. We didn't genocide Japan when we dropped nukes on them. The Democrats throw that word around. And then Nick Fuentes, who was already against Trump, Democrats and propaganda bolsters him up. So he starts getting spots on all the shows. And pretty soon, the right sounds just like the left. It's a genocide. Israel. It's dumb. It was manufactured outrage.
Words Kennedy was not a Democrat are coming out of your mouth.
No, that's absolutely true. I'm referring to at the time there was supposed to be a primary. Bobby Kennedy was not a Democrat, right? He had switched to being an independent. He was like, I'm done.
No,
in terms of his party affiliation, he had announced that he was no longer a Democrat.
Guys, I'm going to move us along here because I don't know that we need to.
I'm sorry, Brett. I'll keep this real quick. I'm sorry, but
final thought
to the topic that we were on. I mean, look, dude, if you're just being honest here, just like if you hear yourself talking, you're saying, hey, look, there's way more cult-like following on this side than the other. And then I point out, maybe I overstate it by saying all the biggest right-wingers, but 7 out of the...
Oh, you mean you were being hyperbolic? Like what you got mad at Trump for doing earlier?
10 top biggest right-wingers have all turned on Donald Trump. So that kind of pokes a hole in your, and then you immediately just went to psychoanalyzing all of them and saying that, well, their motivation isn't really this or their motivation is this. But at that point, you're just guessing. You don't, I personally know Tucker Carlson, so I'm a more educated guess than you. And I really think he turned on him over the war, which is what he said.
Well,
and
I'm going to move us. I'm going to move us and bring John back in here. I'm actually curious for your thoughts on this, John, because Dave is obviously
they're killing all the goat fuckers. Oh no!
Articulated a true phenomenon, which is kind of the independent or alternative right-wing media ecosystem turning against Donald Trump. But that's also not the same thing as Republican voters, mainstream kind of Fox News, and all Republican politicians and congressmen and senators for the most part. So where do you see this? I mean, do you see this, John, as Trump no longer having support among a large swath, or is it just podcastistan, as it is derogatorily referred to?
Yeah, I think a lot of podcasters have turned on him. And again,
yeah, maybe I should just be like Tucker Carlson and just start, praising Islam.
And I don't know what their hearts are saying, but I think a lot.
No, I don't get 7K. I do it for free. I wish I got 7K. Shoot. What club are you in? The Goat Fucker Club? The low IQ, incest, kill the apostate. You're on that team?
A lot of it may just have to do with the general nature of needing to consume content where, the old adage.
Yeah, this is an ancient battle. I'm going to take the side of God's chosen people, not the Amalekites, because they're going to get wiped out like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Goes, you never read a headline that says a plane landed safely. I think that even when things were going very well during like the Trump administration, before some of these more embarrassing PR things came about, people were still like trying to read into any little thing that happened and amplify it into being the end of the world, which I would guess is probably, and then even when it was disproved to just be some like BS headline or it wasn't true, they wouldn't concede that. They would jump to the next thing that was clearly.
What's the American debater idea? What is that?
Really disastrous and going wrong. So I think a lot of it is just
that comes to mind.
Sure, yeah, the complete lack of the J6 pardons, that was definitely not going to happen, and then that happened on day one. You had stuff in Minneapolis where they were saying that Trump like balked and didn't get what he wanted, even though he got exactly what he wanted, which was local law enforcement supplementing the efforts of federal law enforcement. It was just always like jumping to one different thing after the other, and so I think it may just be like people wanting to get.
I can't stand people who drink Perrier. Is that how you say it? Perrier? Dave. Drinking some fancy, expensive water.
Tired of winning and desiring that kind of negativity. I think a lot of it is audience capture. I think a lot of it is foreign audience capture, because when you start editorializing your position.
Lose my anger? What are you, a woman? You think I'm angry? You trying to read my emotions into me? You trying to psychoanalyze me? Listen, I stopped seeing a therapist as soon as I became an adult, and they couldn't make me do it anymore. So I don't need you to better help me, Matthew. Stop acting like a woman. I'm not angry.
Position to speak more about like the plight of the Palestinians. That's obviously going to appeal to much of the Arab world, but clearly it's losing touch with people who are in Kentucky, losing touch with people who are in middle America. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last, because obviously, GOP voters are getting older and we'll see a lot of change in the electorate in the next 10 years or so. But if I had to guess, I think that's like more or less what is happening. I think the influencers are in the business of chasing influence. And Tucker Carlson, I've had a lot of respect for him throughout his career, so I don't know exactly what his motives are, but I look at some of these other people who have always kind of lily-padded around to whatever seems to be the more hot topics, and it doesn't surprise me that they're doing the same thing now.
Exactly. Candace Owens never said anything about Israel. She worked for Ben Shapiro. TPUSA, Daily Wire. She loved Israel. And then as soon as it became popular to talk shit about Israel, Candace is the biggest Jew hater in the world. Shut up. Come on. If you can't see through that, you're blind.
Well, listen, I certainly doubt the authenticity of some of their changes of heart, and I don't deny the role that audience capture can play in any content creators. Kind of just it's the nature of the industry and the business, and it does happen somewhat across the board. But
Tucker, the war in Iran is great, or let's attack Iraq because of 9/11 and Iran, blah, blah, blah. And then 10 years later, there's no WMDs. And we find out that whole war was nonsense. Well, I was wrong. I can't do it like Jimbo. I can't do Tucker. But now I was wrong about Iran. I was wrong about that. Palestine attacks Israel. October 11th. The worst. It's a genocide. It's the worst thing in history. We need to take out these evil terrorists. Hamas. We need to take them out. 6 weeks later, Israel's doing a genocide on Palestine. Now he's supporting Muslims. Now he's getting paid from Muslims to be pro-Muslim. Come on, man.
It is interesting how podcasters like Megyn Kelly are attacked viciously for changing their views about transgender kids over the course of 10 years. But then like Donald Trump can campaign on releasing the Epstein files and starting no new wars, get into office, and then immediately fight against releasing the Epstein files and start a new war. And you're like, but we're getting tired of winning.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing with that, too, is like when I voted for Trump, I wasn't voting for Trump because I thought like the Epstein files.
No serious Trump voter voted for Trump for the Epstein files. That wasn't a thing. I didn't even, what did he say that one time? He said he's going to, I'm sure I covered it when he said it. Epstein files, MLK, and JFK. And I was like, oh, great. They're going to release a bunch of stuff that we already knew. Wow. He was obviously just saying that to get the low propensity voters, the people who won't show up until you say something that they really like, the conspiracy theorists who are like, oh, he's going to release all the files. Let's go vote for him. And he gotcha. Gotcha, bitch. Maybe if your IQ was above 90, you would have saw through that and you would vote for more important issues and you wouldn't just vote once every 20 years because somebody makes a stupid promise to you that nobody else cares about.
Were my top issue. If you remember, too, during his campaign, he only brought that up when Elon Musk joined the campaign and began announcing this is like a thing that would happen. Then Trump talked about it briefly. This was a very online issue that, like Dave mentioned, was something that, more libertarian types were obviously interested in. People who have known about Jeffrey Epstein since at least 2015 were reading about it back in the days of like the Roger Stone book. And then, of course, it becomes a household name in 2019 and so on. Now everybody knows about it, but that was not like my top issue. And so
immigration was, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And
do you think that's gone well under the Trump administration? Because he's massively underwater on his handling on immigration in the among the general public.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job. Border crossings are down 99%. Deportations, don't let the numbers fool you. If you include self-deportations, then we're doing pretty good. And then what they'll say is, well, Obama deported more people. Obama was doing turnaways. He was just turning them away at the border, and that was counting as a deportation. That's how his numbers got so high so fast. Trump's doing a good job on the border. He was doing a good job with ICE, but then they do a government shutdown, and they shutter the DHS. He can't, unless you really want him to do some king shit, if you really want to see authoritarian Trump, which I'd be okay with it. But realistically, he can't just go stop that. That's why that's the checks and balances. That's the Constitution. Everybody loved the Constitution, but then they're going to bitch when they do a government shutdown and they shutter the DHS. What's he supposed to do about that?
I think it's gone about as well as it could. I mean, I understand that things aren't perfect. We can't wave a magic wand and get rid of, 50 million people, but I think that things are going really well,
Who are
actually.
the 50 million people that you would get rid of?
50.
Yeah. What population are you referring to?
The illegal alien population.
There's not 50 million illegal.
Well, you don't know that, do you? Because it's been the 11 million number for at least 20, 30 years.
It's definitely not 11.
It's definitely not 50, though. There's no credible
probably higher. It might even be higher.
It could be like 60, 70, 80. Look at Brad here. Look at Brad. Brad. You're in denial, and I don't mean the river. It's very likely 50 million. It's very likely higher than 50 million.
know
Actually.
about that. You know, there was a listen again, I don't know. See, this is where we're in a weird place in this debate, because I am an immigration restrictionist like you, and I know that there was that one I believe it was a Bear Stearns analysis, which I do tend to trust. Ann Coulter had this in her book Adios America, and they had come up with Ann Coulter, by the way, who was great in supporting Thomas Massey and trashing Donald Trump for being terrible, but she was what they had come up with 30 million, and this must be I want to say she wrote the book in 2014, and they had come up with the number of 30 million. And I don't know, again, none of us know for sure, but it is not so far beyond the realm of possibilities. Like 50 might be north. I would probably put it right around 40. And there's a lot of illegal immigrants.
I just would want to see an actual estimate or analysis that suggests that.
Well, I just gave you the one.
He just gave you one from 2014, Brad.
Bear Stearns,
so we just have to look into it. But we don't have to get bogged down on
2013. Sure. Yeah,
we don't have to get bogged down on a particular.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get bogged down because you just got proven wrong. Why don't you just concede that you just showed a bunch of incredulity and you look like an idiot, Brad?
Number. I don't look at personally. I don't look at it as a government. The immigration issue has been being handled well. Chris, I'll bring you in on that question briefly.
Yeah, I think two things here. Like, obviously, I think people know that I'm going to obviously talk about how ICE has, been in cities like Minneapolis and Chicago, predominantly blue areas, I think mainly for political gain and the American people.
No, that's because that's where all the illegal immigrants are, you dumb fuck. It's not because we're harassing Democrat cities. That's where all the illegals are. Not all of them. There are a lot working in farms and stuff in middle America, but wouldn't you, if you're getting a plane ticket to fly you to New York and put you up in a hotel in New York, and then they're shipping you to Chicago, Minneapolis, LA. They leave back to their countries all the time, especially after COVID. Yeah, but then they just come back. That's why people say, well, it's just a misdemeanor. It's just a misdemeanor to illegally cross into the country. The first time, the second time, it's a felony. And many of these people are on their fourth, fifth, sixth times coming into the country illegally, getting deported, coming back, getting deported, coming back. Then it is a felony.
The reason he's underwater is because they have watched ICE, round people up and throw them into vans. We've also watched from a judicial standpoint, ICE often violating court orders. I think there was a Judge Schultz, I believe, in Minnesota, appointed by Bush, who wrote I think ICE on some particular issue was violating a court order, and he actually got together.
They would leave back to their countries because they knew they could come right back. They're not leaving the self-deportations. They're not leaving on a vacation. They know they're not coming back. At least not until another Democrat is in office.
All these different court orders ICE had violated, and was like, in January of 2026, it's likely that ICE has violated more court orders than most agencies have in their entire existence. I think we're watching this like hyper loyalty in this area. They're rounding up people off, sometimes deporting them without due process. And the American people see that, and they're like, what the hell? I've listened to a lot of Trump supporters say this isn't, I think immigration is an issue, but I didn't vote for this, terrorizing these communities.
My God.
And I think on that point, like what I would say to John, besides all of that is, and I often say to people, is like, I don't actually believe
I didn't vote for Joe Biden to open the border and have a bunch of illegal immigrants terrorizing these communities.
Donald Trump cares about this.
I didn't vote for a bunch of hot young white tail to get raped and murdered.
Issue at all. I think we're watching a Trump administration who has executive order, just like close the border effectively, when in reality, we've had a broken immigration system for 30 years or 40 years or whatever, and we need actual legislation on the border to really revamp this whole thing. Donald Trump has the House, the Senate, and the presidency. He's not interested in doing that. He's passed less fiscal legislation overall than any president in modern American history because he doesn't really care about any of these issues. And so when it comes to the border specifically, it's not politically helpful for him to actually revamp it in the way that John claims he wants to, which I obviously have massive disagreements on, or he would do that through Congress. Instead, you just executive order, close it, you have ICE run around these cities, and you claim victory online.
Yeah, John, give you a chance to respond there.
Yeah, no, no body in Congress has ever wanted to take action on immigration because, as I've mentioned, immigration
except for
is
under
the
Joe
issue.
Biden, when Democrats
Well,
and
let
Republicans
John
had.
respond.
Okay.
But yeah, there was legislation actually put forward by a Republican senator from Oklahoma during the Biden administration that Trump lobbied against.
Was that some kind of amnesty, some kind of de facto
No.
amnesty or something? Yeah, I mean, typically what you tend to see insofar as like Congress people are taking action on immigration as an issue, it's exactly like you say. It's always that our system is broken. We need some kind of immigration solution, which always coincidentally means something that is approximating an amnesty for the latest batch of illegal aliens, maybe making it easier for the pathways to citizenship, DACA, stuff like that. And so, yeah, I agree that, it's not politically beneficial in the sense that you can't rely on Congress people to want to fall into line with that kind of thing. And so you do just need to, as the chief executive, enforce the law and go about these things as he had, which people voted for. People at Trump rallies were not holding up signs that said bipartisan immigration reform. It was mass deportations now. So when you talk about we need to fix immigration, that word means something very different to you than it does to me and than it does to Trump supporters. Because when you say we want to reform immigration, you ultimately don't see a problem with immigration fundamentally. You would like to see more of it. You would like to have it more expedient, maybe a little bit cheaper. You don't have an issue with it as a phenomenon. I do. Trump supporters do.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
that's
well,
true.
I'm with you on that one. And I do think that there's, I would probably give Donald Trump again, because you were saying we don't actually need the issue isn't the border right now. The border's actually been secured, and Donald Trump's done a very good job with that. I think that's probably the brightest spot of his presidency. I'd probably give him an A for border security and maybe a D- for deportations. I mean, the deportations have been an absolute mess, and for all of it, we're not even getting mass deportations. It's not if your main issue really is like the demographic change or illegal immigration in America. I mean, it's not even making a blip on the radar, and we had these huge shows of force. And you are correct that there were clear violations of the law. I mean, there are all types of videotapes of ICE going through, really terrorizing civilians, telling them that they're going to be put on a list if they don't give their name, telling them that they don't have the right to not answer questions, which is just flat out wrong. You absolutely have the right to not answer questions if you're an American citizen from any federal agency, let alone one that's tasked with deporting illegal immigrants. So, and also just even doing it in Minneapolis, where there's only like a couple 100,000 illegal immigrants anyway. I think it was a big provocation that didn't get any result and did violate people's rights and did tragically end up with people dying. So I think that's all been a nightmare. But where I would maybe agree is that it is what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to this country. It's a profound crime to commit against your own people, to just have your borders de facto wide open, have people pouring in by the millions against the will of the domestic population. And so certainly there is some backlash about the way Donald Trump has handled deportations, but the American people have moved far to the right on immigration after the Biden years. And I don't think that's over. I mean, when Donald Trump
hang on for a second. So I see Chris grimacing. I do want to give you a chance to respond, but you have to acknowledge the Biden-Harris administration did allow millions of people to enter the country.
I would actually fundamentally disagree with that. I don't see.
Well, that's a fact.
No, it's not. I heard, and this is why it's not a fact. This is why it's not a fact. Let me explain. I don't think anybody in this panel could name me a piece of legislation or an executive order that de facto caused the border to be wide open, certainly with no evidence behind it. In fact, hold on, we can see via evidence. If we take a look at 18 months under, I was actually looking at this data, 18 months under the Biden administration between 2022 and 2023, when a lot of these, obviously the border was an issue. There was a lot of people crossing the border. We can see encounters at the border, arrests, and then deportations. He had an effective deportation rate at the border almost identical to Donald J. Trump in his first term. I think that the issue was not that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris did something radically different on this section of the border relating to people coming in. The issue was that, again,
Sorry, I keep looking at my phone. I got to watch for when this package is going to arrive, because if they send me a text that says, I don't know what's going on. They better leave that damn package. I'm gonna be pissed. You're grounded, Avarice. I don't know why.
had a broken immigration system for 3 decades, and because
Avarice, I've been watching all kinds of videos. I'm learning how to Pepsi. I'm learning instep, lunge, head roll, happy feet, Sprawl. Block. I'm learning all of it, Avers. I'm going to do a stream at the park. Wrestle training. I'm training like a mug out here. I was doing things yesterday where you go like this and you go around. I can't really demonstrate it, but you put your head on the ground and you work your legs around. Dude, you got no idea. You got no idea. Snap! Snap the head. I learned a freaking one where you come in on me, I'm going to go under. I'm going to grab your chin and pull it this way. Then I'm going to get the underhook. I'm going to flip you. A cradle, I'm going to cradle your ass like a baby. One important thing to learn is high as F cardio. I know. Otherwise, you'll be gassing like 30 seconds. I'm gassed just from doing that. No, I do 30 minutes on the treadmill 4 days a week. When I change it, I go uphill, I go downhill. I do the stairs, I do the bike. And then sometimes I sprint. Whatever. I'm going to learn how to land them on you. You're going to be, like how they have those big, like dummies that they lift up and throw around and stuff. I'm going to do that to you. You're going to be my test dummy to try out all the new moves I just learned.
Because of COVID, a lot of these countries their economies collapsed, inflation exploded, and so they made the trip to the United States, again, because our system's been broken for a long time. Border Patrol didn't have the resources it needed, and our system was pretty overwhelmed. I think the idea that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris wanted that to happen or caused it to happen is just not based in reality. I understand why the American people were upset about it, but I don't think, similar to inflation, I don't think it's the fault of Joe Biden.
Well, I'll bring in John here. Imagine he has some thoughts on that, but I'll just point out that they did come in and immediately change a wide number of Trump's immigration policies from his first term, including his COVID-era restrictions that did decrease the flow of immigration at the border. And then part of the issue was people just coming in and claiming they were seeking asylum and then being released into the country, never to be seen again. John, your thoughts on whether...
Not only did they do that, they did that on day one. It was literally
1 hour left unless we hit this goal, which it's not looking like it's going to happen.
their top priority is undoing
not the bar, but the 10.
All the Trump era border patrol measures. And two, I understand.
Hang on, Chris, you're shaking your head, but you acknowledge they came in with the step.
Oh, I think I could sign up for Opus Clip right now on YouTube Premium. I said I was going to do that. Maybe just one of them right now. And do the other one in a couple weeks.
They did revoked.
No, I'm acknowledging that, but I'm disagreeing with the idea that those those things, or a lot of them being executive orders. For
okay, you could dispute the causality, but you acknowledge they reversed many of Trump's
but I don't think that those had relation to people just like crossing the border at will.
I don't know
they
if
just
you
didn't
remember this.
And also, I want to point out really briefly, I'm sorry, I will let John talk, I promise. Like, the Biden administration was in court, to some people's dismay, I still think about this, arguing that a lot of those COVID policies should remain in place because they knew asylum would be a problem. Again, COVID was no longer a national emergency, no longer considered like a national emergency. And so federal judges said, these issues are no longer constitutional. You have to get rid of them. But Joe Biden was fighting.
Dude, it's so crazy. It's so crazy when you see the image of the Father. The image of the Father and the Son. I am the image of the Father, one with the Father. That's crazy. That's cool.
For those things like Title 42 in court.
All right. I might recommend. I remember that event unfolding slightly differently, but I'll...
He literally, in that second picture, is like a miniature you, Avers. That's crazy.
I'll let John have a word here.
Yeah, I remember too seeing interviews and like leaked statements from during the Biden administration where like Border Patrol agents would be lamenting that they were basically told to stand down and they weren't allowed to do their jobs. Because you may be right that yes, there was no policy that went through that Joe Biden signed with the auto pen that said it's time to be evil and flood the country. But as the chief executive, you are in charge of enforcing laws, and you can choose to ignore certain laws and allow for like something like 10 million people to flood into the country through the southern border, which is exactly what happened. And we know that this was not some complex issue that really required policy and bipartisanship to solve, because Donald Trump solved it and literally got it under control within like what, a few weeks. We've had net zero crossings. The border is completely secure for the first time in my lifetime, certainly your lifetime, and it took the guy 5 minutes. Now, other issues pertaining to immigration are going to be much trickier, and we hope that he could, display something approximating that level of effectiveness. But in terms of the border, which again, under your guy was wide open, yeah, dude, like that was a complete just flank that was left exposed, and it was obviously intentional. They undid it. They sat back. People flooded in. They said, I don't know. And then, yeah, Trump is now having to clean up the mess.
Again, I think that I understand when people say, when there's conversations around how Biden could have potentially handled the border differently. For example, his last year, he signs an executive order.
How come, and I'm not excluding myself from this, but why don't guys grow hair? I mean, not all guys, but a lot of guys, including myself, this little area right here doesn't like grow beard.
Border crossings effective.
It was very noticeable on John.
We dropped 70%. The reason he did that so late, he was waiting for this legislation and all these things. He could have handled that differently. I think the idea that, again, they wanted this to happen or caused it to happen as opposed to a set of circumstances like COVID-19, I think is dishonest. And furthermore, to your point about Donald Trump in 5 minutes got it done. Again, this is where the difference between how we view immigration. Donald Trump executive order closed the border. I don't think the border should be closed for business. I think that people should be able to, come to a port of entry. Hold on. That doesn't mean just cross wide open. I'm supportive, for example, under Joe Biden, this piece of legislation originally crafted by Republicans that Joe Biden supported was the strictest border bill in American history. It gave tons of money to security at the border, changing ports of entry. The pieces I liked were massive money to the judicial section so we could try to approve or deny visas.
You're talking about the James Lankford bill, right?
Yes, correct. Approve or deny visas within 6 months as opposed to it taking, 9 years. That border bill in a normal, perfect time to me is very strict, but I was supportive of it because it gets the job done. I understand why the American people are upset. Donald Trump is not interested in changing any of that. Again, he's just got the border effectively closed, which I think creates a host of other issues for immigration in the future.
Issues for you because you like immigration because you're a Democrat. Dave brings up the Adios America.
Because I'm an American. But
no, because you're a Democrat. And Dave brought up the Adios America book. There's a great quote in there that she includes. I don't remember which strategist, but there was a Democrat strategist who is someone we should pay attention to. And he mentioned of the Hart-Celler Immigration Act that it was the Kennedy family's greatest gift to the Democrat Party. This is true because through that, I guess, usurping of traditional American immigration policy, which was far more concerned about the demography of the nation, it has enabled the Democrat Party to basically import a permanent underclass of voters. And so, yeah, I believe you when you say that you like immigration. Of course you do. You could never win an argument were it not for the permanent underclass of loyal Democrat voters that have been imported into the country and who now we are trying to deal with, albeit some, setbacks and obstacles.
And yet, hang on, I'll just say, and then Dave, we'll give you a word. And yet, then many of those immigrants' children or themselves or their children's children are now Donald Trump supporters and voted for him over Kamala Harris. Dave,
many, but not majority after 3 generations, still Democrats.
Hey, listen, we can have a whole nother, I guess, demographics of immigration conversation if you guys want. Dave, a final word from you.
Yeah, the first generation ones are based because they fled communism and hell. The third generation ones have been indoctrinated into liberal education systems, and they're all retarded.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it is true, and that book really is worth reading. And look, I remember this well because I was like politically aware at the time. That the Democrats used to just openly say this all the time. It's not like one quote from one strategist. Like Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow, they used to all talk on MSNBC back then openly. They called it the Browning of America. And they would all openly celebrate it, and that this was going to give Democrats permanent majorities, and that's why it was the plan. I go, look at the percentage of Latinos. Latinos are going to be the biggest minority, and then a majority of the country coming up in the future, and they overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. They would openly say this, and then I'm not saying they got it right or they got it wrong. I'm just saying this was their plan, and they would openly say this, and then when there was the right reaction to that, and they called it replacement. They said, oh my God, that's a neo-Nazi slogan. You're not allowed to say that. But it was literally the same thing that they were just talking about a few years earlier. And, you know, the truth is that this really was an issue. And you can quibble about like whether open borders is the correct term or not. I mean, certainly none of us are arguing that we actually like opened the entire border and said, here's a welcome come in sign. But when millions of people are coming in and claiming asylum and none of them are being...
No, they literally cut down barbed wire fences. They built ramps over the fences in Texas. Texas was trying to say, no, we're not going to do this. They almost brought the National Guard in. Biden was going to... Did he do it? I can't remember if he did it or he was gonna do it. He threatened to do it. No, I'm pretty sure Texas closed the borders in Texas, and Biden brought the National Guard in to open the borders. And there's videos of them cutting barbed wire fences open, making ramps that go up over the barbed wire fence in Texas. That's an open border.
Turned away. And in just a few short years, you allow something like 10 million people into the country expressly against the will of the domestic population, then yes, we're going to call that some form of de facto open immigration system that is illegal. It is not what the law is, and it's not what the American people want. And as far as this thing where, you know, it's like I noticed earlier you were ascribing motivations to Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene that were negative. Now you're ascribing motivations to the Biden administration, which were positive. They couldn't have been doing this intentionally. I don't know, man. If a new president can come in and that quickly get the situation under control, I think the only reasonable thing to deduce is that this was done intentionally, and this could have been gotten under control by the previous administration.
At least now, Thomas Massie is out of the way, and so Trump will be able to fix the immigration system because that obstructionist, roadblock, open borders globalist is finally gone. So, guys, I appreciate you all joining me for the spirited conversation. Thanks so much for making the time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brad.
What's going on, everybody? This Cam here, Grappling with the Grace, and today
Look at the next video that pops up on my autoplay.
we're going to be doing a lead workout. So this is going to be a wrestling workout. We're going to be doing 5 different exercises.
So you can tell what I've been watching.
Running through them every 30 seconds for 2 rounds through, which is going to equate to about 5 minutes of work. And then we're going to blend all these moves together for another 5 minutes, really just going for a
I've been watching a ton of this stuff, and I'm doing the drills.
full live shadow and then shot fake. Drop to the lunge, shot fake. Instead of doing the shot, if you're not on mats, you know, you don't want to blast out your knee over and over again on the mat hitting the shot.
Pepsi.
That's the only thing you'll have to circle in the mat. Always moving all the time. Stay moving. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. We're gonna work down blocks now. So
down block.
Stay still. Down blocking that front leg. Circling and moving. Switching stance every now and then. Change which leg you're down blocking. Stay moving and circling. Down block.
Pepsi.
Remember to try and be able to reach your floor from your stance. If you're not able to reach the floor from the stance, you're getting a little high. Stay low. Down block. Quick reaction. Always able to defend yourself on that shot. We're already over on time there. Now we're going to sprawl circle. Again, move around the mat. Sprawl, circle, get yourself back up. Sprawl,
I'm gonna be sprawl circling on Avarice's ass.
circle, get yourself back up. Always circle and stand. Always circle to stand.
Where's the
Drop
Pepsi?
to the hip, circle to stand. Spin around, planting the hands, making a small turn. You can't hit a full 180, just a small one. You can go one hand here. One hand of Pepsi's. You can still do those. Just trying to get good position, good angle on your opponent while protecting those legs and opening yourself up for a good opportunity. And lastly, we got shots. And let's move. Shoot. Remember, if you can't take a shot,
I'm gonna crush him. What is this? I seen this the other day. I seen this the other day. What is this?
Judge in the Tyler Robinson case is expected to rule June 1st on 2 defense motions, one asking to close portions of a July hearing to the public, and another requesting sanctions against prosecutors for making out-of-court statements about evidence in the case. Both legal teams arguing
What's the roommate
over the
thing?
issue. Listen.
How it is that Mr. Ballard came to be going on this media tour, because that gets to the seriousness of the misconduct and the types of sanctions that are appropriate.
Usually this is performed in the courtroom, but occasionally it must also be performed in the media. An attorney cannot stand idly by while his client's legal rights are undermined and trampled upon by mischaracterizations of the evidence.
Criminal defense attorney Josh.
His defense attorney is a Jew, but the state prosecutor is a better speaker.
Josh Ritter was in the courtroom to hear both arguments. He joins us now. And Josh, as you well know, being an experienced attorney, you get a feel when you're in a courtroom that you can't get when you're just watching it on TV or reading about it after the fact.
Unbutton your shirt unbutton your damn jacket while you're sitting down, dude. You're about to pop your button.
So did you get the sense being in that courtroom that the judge is inclined, let's start with the sanctions motion, to sanction the
You don't button a jacket while you're sitting? What's wrong with you?
Prosecution for talking to the media?
I don't think so.
I'm having a great day, Auntie.
And I hope not, because I do think that the motion is not without merit. I don't know if I go that far, but I don't think it rises to the level of actually granting sanctions against the prosecution. I think what we're seeing here more than anything is this continuing hyperfixation by the defense on the perception of this case and the perception of their client outside of the courtroom. They're very concerned with how is he being perceived by the media, what things are being said about him to the media, and that's where this request for sanctions is coming from. They had a problem. They took issue with the prosecution simply correcting the record about an ATF report regarding the ballistics in this case, where the prosecution was simply saying, no, the media's got it wrong. Here's actually what that report is saying. Not really commenting on their client at all, but that alone was enough.
Because the media came out and said the bullet cannot be tied to the gun. And that is not what happened.
For them to try to ask this judge for sanctions.
And a similar thread to that, Tyler Robinson's lawyers are also asking the judge to keep the viewing of some evidence in the preliminary hearing private. So why would Robinson's lawyers be pushing for this, and what do you think the judge does here?
Again, it comes back to they're concerned with how people outside of the courtroom are going to perceive this.
What does this have to do with his roommate? Roommate twist rocks Robinson trial. Are they going to get to that part? What is that?
Many times what is presented during a prelim is not necessarily evidence that will be presented or evidence that will be presented in the same way at a trial. What I mean by that is sometimes you're allowed certain levels of hearsay to come in during the prelim because you're trying to move things along, streamline things. This is not a hearing.
My money is on within 2 years. Well, no, not within 2 years. It could take a very long time, but I think he's going to get publicly executed by firing squad in Utah. By publicly executed, I mean it's going to be available to watch. You're going to be able to watch it. That's what they're requesting. That's what Erica Kirk is requesting, and that's what the prosecution is requesting, and that's what the state, not the publicly viewable thing, just the execution and specifically the firing squad, because we can do firing squad here in Utah. So, but I think it's going to be a public firing squad. People are going to be able to watch it. Yeah, they're trying to. It hasn't, that's what Erica Kirk was saying she wants, and they were talking about it. They're like, yeah, technically, legally, that can happen. Not like out in the streets, but media will be there. It will be recorded, and I'm not sure they're not going to air it on like national television. Maybe they will. Just put a warning up. But people will be able to see it.
To determine guilt, it's a hearing to determine probable cause.
I don't know that that's going to happen, but I would bet that it will. I would bet he gets executed by a firing squad. The public thing, maybe not, but I'm leaning towards I think it will happen. The only problem is with so many appeals and how long it takes, it might not happen for 20 years. So.
But the judge handles that, and it happens all the time. They are not taking issue with the way that that evidence will be presented. They're taking issue with the fact that cameras are going to be able to show it and that the public will be able to see it. And they think that that somehow will affect the ability for their client to have a fair trial. Yeah. Again, like I said, they seem to be very preoccupied with how the media is portraying this and how the public is perceiving it, rather than being concerned with the facts and evidence against their client inside of the court.
It wouldn't be firing squad either. If anything, lethal injection. I don't know if you know anything about Utah, but let me tell you something.
One of the witnesses that the state does plan to call that we have now learned is Robinson's roommate and lover, Lance Twiggs. And that brings me to this question, Josh. Are there any privileges that apply to a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a lover? Because we all know that there's the marital privilege that can be used. But in my experience, and again, I haven't done this since 2008, but you can't get protection if you're just a lover. What say you?
Yeah, that was a shocking moment. That was the first time that we heard that he's not actually going to testify.
Hold on one second. We did one, let's see. I think it was a couple months ago. I covered it on my show. Utah judge signed Minnie's death warrant last week. This is July 2025. Setting the date for a 67-year-old man with dementia to die by firing squad. Capital punishment is one of the most consequential duties of state agent departmency, blah, blah, blah. September 5th, 2025. I covered it on my show. They killed this guy by firing squad 6 months ago. So that's Utah, baby.
But they do have a recorded interview that they plan on playing during that prelim. And you're right, there is no privilege that exists. So any
think about it from a PR standpoint and for the government of Utah. I am. Yeah, we just killed somebody with a firing squad 6 months ago. It's a thing in Utah. And this situation from a PR point, that's what they all want. That's what Erica Kirk wants. That's what the prosecutors want. That's what the state wants. That's what fuck's his name? I can't think of his name right now. That's what they all want. It will be a firing squad. If he gets convicted to the death penalty, if he gets convicted, he will be killed by a firing squad. I don't know that it'll be live. But he will be killed by a firing squad. If he's convicted, I will guarantee you he gets killed by a firing squad.
Conversations that they had are certainly going to come in, and I imagine he's fully cooperating with investigators and the prosecution team because I will be honest with you. There is an argument to be made that perhaps he knew more and should have done more ahead of time. But it sounds like for now he's playing nice with the prosecution.
And prosecutors, of course, intend to seek the death penalty if Robinson is convicted. Criminal defense attorney Josh Ritter, we thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us after your big day in court yesterday. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
See, the problem is it won't be for like 20 years. So I don't know. Something could happen within that time where they get rid of it. We are becoming more liberal. And, you know, anti-death penalty is a very liberal position. Very leftist position. Yeah, I said it. That'll trigger some people. I'm just reading something. Yeah, it could take 20 years or more. What am I? Updated on September 18th. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in 20 years. And that's how long it'll take. This conviction alone is going to take 2 years, probably. Y'all want to see something crazy? Told y'all I was looking at shoes.
Hello. Anybody hurt?
No.
Been drinking it all today? You're slurring really bad.
I did drink earlier, but not.
That's Kim Mathers. That's Kim. She looks like Eminem. She looks like Eminem.
Been drinking it all today? You're slurring really.
She got the just Detroit starter jacket. She got the damn bleach blonde shaved head. Kim is turning into M. Dude, I feel bad for her because she must hate her life so much because she was an insufferable bitch to Eminem. She was the only girl he's ever truly loved other than Mariah Carey. She had him. She made a baby with him. Their daughter is doing amazing. She's great. She's fine. But you had to be an insufferable biatch instead of seeing the greatness that lie deep within him. You should have treated him like a king, and now you'd be one of the most richest, famous, powerful women in the world. Not powerful, but you know what I mean? Like Eminem's wife. But instead, you're a drunk. You've been in 3 DUIs in the past. She's just got in a DUI car crash, and she was in another one a couple months ago. And she's just spiraling. Her whole life is probably nothing but regret. Every time she hears an Eminem song on the radio, every time she sees Eminem he's one of the most famous people in the world. And she missed it. The one that got away. Usually it's the guy talking about the one that got away. But in her case, he's the one that got away. And now she's just drinking and driving all the time. And it's so funny at the end of this video. They're like, alcoholism. She may have a problem with alcoholism. And we want you to know, if you have a problem with alcoholism, recovery is an option. And I said, LOL, recovery is possible. Is that an Eminem reference? Because he's got an album called Recovery. Kim will never get over her worst mistake. Daddy's always on the move. Mama's always on the news. She drank a fifth of vodka and someone dared her to drive. The comment section is so good. Damn, Kim look rough. She definitely needs 90 days of rehab followed by 6 months of jail. She kind of looks like Billy Idol. No, she kind of looks like she's trying to look like Eminem. Same excuse she used in her last hit and run. Guess who's back? Back again. DUI's back. Tell a friend. Unfortunately, her daughters have to see their mom all over the internet again. I mean, they see their dad all over everything. Poor girl. Well, not poor girls. Eminem's ex-wife. She looks like Eminem's grandmother. I'm trying to find more that 3 months after a hit and run. Yeah, how does she have a driver's license and had a DUI hit and run 3 months prior? I don't know. Probably because she's Eminem's wife. Poor Haley. I see why M got out of that marriage. She looks like here we go. She looks more like Eminem than Eminem. That's wild.
Really bad.
I did drink earlier, but not recently.
Okay.
No.
Keep your head completely straight. I just want you to follow the tip of my finger with your...
Yeah, it's sliding up. You're good.
You see pictures of her when she was younger? She was fine.
Floor driving, Royal Drive, female yelling, still getting further. Sounds like one is possibly intoxicated. Break, anyone able to back?
What began as another late-night crash call quickly raised concern after multiple callers reported the driver appeared intoxicated.
She aged like guacamole.
Officers responding to the scene soon discovered the driver was none other than Eminem's ex-wife, who had been arrested just 3 months earlier after another alleged drunk driving crash involving a hit-and-run.
Hello.
Hi.
Anybody hurt?
No.
Kim
What
Basinger?
happened?
When I came around the corner, there was a truck coming high beam at me, and I tried to put my high beams on. It's a new car, and I couldn't see it, and I swerved.
It's a new car, so I couldn't see it? What?
Out of the way of it, and I flipped the fucking her car.
Okay.
And that's all I can say is like,
okay.
It was a fucking accident.
This lady's like, damn, is that Eminem's ex-wife? Can you give me, I won't press charges if you can get me like an autograph? Maybe a meet and greet? Yeah, Kim Basinger was his mom. His wife was Brittany, she dead. The dead chick. What's her name? Brittany. You talking about an 8 Mile? Yeah, Kim Basinger was his mom. Brittany, I can't remember her last name. She's dead, though. She died young. I think she's in the 27 club. I think she died at 27. Maybe not. What's her name? Somebody will figure it out. Murphy, yeah. Where's Brittany Murphy at now? She gone.
New car, I don't know how to work it or the lights or anything.
Okay, do you have registration or insurance?
Yeah.
I need your driver's license as well. I'll talk to them.
Okay.
Brittany Murphy is Luann from King of the Hill? Huh. Not anymore. She not.
Did you see it happen? Or?
I heard it.
Okay.
That's true, huh?
In
I
my
guess,
garage and I heard it, and
We should be all right.
okay.
45 dispatch can copy 2 plates.
Registration.
David Yellow George 992 DYG.
And it was crazy. It was right after she was in that movie where she was like in an insane asylum. She died of diabetes-related complications. King said she died from an OD. She was young and skinny. How'd she have diabetes? I believe OD is probably a more likely explanation. How did Brittany Murphy die? Dude, Google's listening to me. Acute pneumonia and severe iron deficiency anemia, complicated by accidental multiple drug intoxication from prescription and over-the-counter medication. That's a complicated way to say she OD'd, but they're trying to like cover it up. That's what I think. Natural diseases and accidental toxicity culminated. Accidental toxicity. No illicit drugs. Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Technically, it is an OD, but not like she was like slamming dope. She had an iron deficiency and was taking, I don't know.
992. This one is blue. Break for the other.
Here's the registration. My insurance is like on my phone.
Okay.
It's all progressive.
Edward Lincoln Union 9355. ELU 9355. That one's black.
How do stars die? Overdose, typically. Is that a joke you heard, or did you really say that? So OD. Yeah, I guess.
People said I was
What
crazy.
the? You're AI. I don't like it. I instantly know that's AI.
Slurring really bad.
Am I what?
Have you been drinking at all today? You're
I did
slurring really
earlier.
bad.
I did drink earlier, but not recently.
Okay. Did you have a lot earlier?
No. No.
Okay. Do you have your driver's license?
Looks like a nice car.
Thank
The Porsche Cayenne.
After noticing several signs of possible intoxication, including slurred speech, the driver admitted she had consumed a few drinks earlier in the night.
It almost looked like it had a Rolls symbol on the front, but that's not a Rolls.
Beginning standardized field sobriety tests, the officer shut off his front-facing emergency lights to reduce distractions. These tests are designed to help officers determine whether a driver may be impaired by alcohol or drugs.
you. I gotta make sure you're sober enough to drive, okay?
What kind of car is that? Anybody know? Sorry, I didn't stop it at a very good time. Not Rolls. It almost looks like I don't know what kind of car that is.
Drive, okay? Turn and face me for me. So put your feet together just like this. Put your hands down at your side. I know it's a little...
A damaged one.
All right, you got it?
Yeah.
Kim, why don't you like me? You think I'm ugly, don't you? It's not all. You think I'm ugly, don't you? Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate the song. I swear to God, I hate this song. Oh, wait, no, he said, I hate you. Oh, my God, I love you. I'm cracking up. Get a grip, Marshall.
Give me some lights so you can see.
Audie?
I got you so you won't fall, all right? Do you know who your insurance carrier is on the car? Progressive? Okay. I'm going to set this in your car, though, okay?
Kia Stinger? What?
After placing the suspect under arrest,
I don't know. It looked nicer than a Kia.
Officers began searching her vehicle. Let's take a look at what they discovered inside.
Here we go. Does that say Kia on the front?
So that's at least last time.
The hell is a Kia Stinger?
I did the
It's got sick rims though.
blood just because
The
you started
interior
kinda
looks
dozing
really
off
nice.
in booking.
Oh, it is a Kia. It is a Kia. I didn't know Kia. Did they change their logo? This bitch driving a Kia with Newports.
There could be others. Intoxicants.
Yeah, it doesn't increase or decrease anything, though.
Well, that's true, but
Grab me your phone and your keys. Just the house keys.
there's phone.
Looks like she's got Coors Lights over there. She says it's on her phone. But she has Progressive, I know that.
Honestly, I might have it from last time.
Okay.
From last time.
Oh, that's just water. Never mind.
I got all her information from the DUI she got 3 months ago.
I'm not a beer.
Yeah. These aren't open, but 6-pack of Crown.
Okay.
6-pack of Crown. They sell Crown in 6-packs? Where they do that at? Detroit? Detroit, what?
She just pled to yours a couple days ago.
Yeah, no contest.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know where it's at, but there's a cap to one of those Crown shooters and an empty wrapper right there that it would have been fitting in.
Okay.
So I don't know where that is, but there's evidence that there is.
In Michigan, the legal blood alcohol limit is 0.08%. During the roadside investigation, the suspect registered a preliminary breath test result of 0.20% BAC.
She's looking
At
like a
booking,
man.
The certified evidential breath test later showed a result of 0.18% BAC. The suspect was initially booked for operating while intoxicated, second offense, after
I thought it was
previously
a
being
third.
arrested earlier this year in connection to another alleged drunk driving incident involving a hit and run. Court records show she later entered a no-contest plea in that case, meaning she accepted the court's punishment without formally admitting guilt. Sentencing in that prior case is currently scheduled for June 17, 2026. Due to this being classified as a second offense, OWI, officers confiscated the suspect's driver's license and license plate before issuing a temporary paper permit. She was then transported to the Macomb County Jail pending arraignment before later bonding out.
I'm not afraid to take the stand. Plead no contest. That's my plan. 'Cause I know that I am guilty. I crashed my car into another fucking car. Man, I was drunk that night. I can't even remember. The front looks like an Audi, but yeah, it's a Kia. Yeah, it's a Kia. Kia boys, you could steal that thing easily. I would not encourage that. What do I got? 15 minutes left? We didn't hit the goal, so I'm done in 15 minutes. We need to watch this. I watched this 4-hour documentary on Elliot Rodger the other day. We haven't watched this Fuentes and Crowder one yet. I don't want to watch that. Ignore my feed. Ignore all the Justin Bieber stuff in my feed. I got stuck listening to Justin Bieber. This song, I listened to this song like 5 times in a row. I got stuck listening to Justin Bieber yesterday because this song. No, I'll show you the. And look, it says Justin Bieber. No, it's this one that got me. He's drunk as hell. He's drunk as hell singing like a pro.
When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the reason I believe in love.
I don't know why this came up on my feed.
And I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you burning. 'Cause I don't remember the words, and that's crazy. 'Cause you know that I know.
Anyway, so then I went and listened to that song, and I was like, damn, I actually like this song. And then I started listening to a bunch of Justin Bieber songs. That's not gay. That's not gay. Now my feed is filled with Justin Bieber. What was I just about to watch, though? I was about to click something. Oh, this one.
Today is a big day. We're here in Minnesota, back with the legend David. Today's a big day because today here in Minnesota, over 10 people are being charged for fraud that they have committed here inside the state of Minnesota. And a few of these people are being charged with autism and daycare, childcare fraud.
Chainsaw say?
Over $30 million in autism fraud. And one of the main ladies in...
It's not gay, guys. Justin Bieber is cool. He's a cool guy.
The video that me and David made, she has been caught with over $4 million. Her last year, her daycare
This is crazy.
$3.67 million, and now she has been
I'll probably talk a lot about this on Monday because this is crazy, all the stuff that's coming out with this. And Ilhan Omar is tied to it. Bieber's a beast, dude. No, he's grown up now. He makes grown-up music. I'm not a believer. Jeez. Oh, my God. I can't show you guys my YouTube feed now because there's Justin Bieber on it.
Charged for child care fraud here inside the state of Minnesota. And this is some of the highest amount of fraud that's ever been charged inside of this district. This is Ilhan Omar's district here in Minnesota. And on top of that, they're bringing about 2 new cases of fraud that have actually never been criminally charged inside of the Medicare programs here inside of Minnesota. This is a big deal. David, you're here with us. What does this say?
This is phenomenal to see the progression that things are happening after the release of our videos.
Wow.
And that woman who was criminally charged, by the way, she was caught at the airport with a one-way ticket to London. She was getting out of Dodge, and they stopped her. And now she's been charged not only with the Feeding Our Future fraud, but she's the first person charged with child care fraud. It's a big deal.
This is a big deal, and they're going to be doing these press conferences right now. We're going to be breaking it all down. We're going to interview people like Dr. Oz and also A.G. Collins, who's actually the head of the Fraud Task Force. He's the Attorney General of the Fraud Task Force, so we're going to be interviewing him as well. And right now, because of the celebration that's taking place, the layers are layering the hard way. We're doing 25% off the entire site.
Yeah, I just have working eyes and ears and hearing and brain. Duh.
So you can go to antifraudclub.com and use code LEERING, and you're going to get 25% off. And now let's see what...
I like that anti-fraud taxpayer club. I was going to get one of those hoodies that said anti-socialist club.
What the people have to say. Look at all the press. Look at them. Look at them. Look at all these fools that never actually reported on the fraud that was taking place. So here they are. And look, we even have...
The guy puts his camera away real fast.
Look at all these fools that never actually reported on the fraud that was taking place. So here they are. And look, we even have our op. We even have our op, CNN, right there. She investigated me versus investigating the fraudsters. In fact, her investigation on the fraud was to call the fraudsters and say, hey, are you guys committing fraud? And obviously...
As if they're going to answer, yeah. Yeah, of course we are for committing the fraud. I am the captain now. I commit the fraud. No, they're not going to tell you, CNN, that they're committing fraud, you dumb bimbo.
Said no, but we know that it was different because we did the real work.
Don't look up Jay Bieber chainsaw. You can't tell me don't look it up. Or I'm just going to look it up. Why would you do that? On YouTube? Jay Bieber racist joke and uses the N-word. Contains language some viewers may find offensive.
Fuck
Father's Day.
That's just mean. That's just straight.
Why are black people afraid of chainsaws?
Oh, because it goes ring. Yeah, I've heard this joke before. Or why are sprinklers racist? Because they go chink chink chink.
Don't even say it. Don't say
Run,
it.
nigga, nigga, nigga.
You can say motorcycle too.
Bass, Justin Bieber's bass, dude. I told you.
Talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking.
Somebody was making fun of him for answering the question that way. He said, "Yeah, I'm 100% sure I'm true." But they didn't make fun of her for asking a stupid question. Are you 100% sure you're true? And he said, "Yeah, I'm 100% sure I'm true." What does that even mean? What do you mean, am I 100% sure I'm true?
Looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
And now it's spread throughout the entire country, not just the U.S. We've heard from people from New Zealand, Australia, Sweden, Japan, everywhere. They're finding the same sorts of fraud.
These two people right here, we did the dirty work that all these people are supposed to do, but they didn't.
We did it.
Now let's see what they have to say.
Today?
Well, they probably get paid not to do it. They're the mainstream media. These reporters ask stuff in dumb ways. No, just it's what do you get with 4 Mexicans, 1 Chinese dude, and 8 black guys? Water sprinkler. Chink. Yeah, okay, I get it. I never heard it that way.
We are announcing criminal charges against 15 defendants in Minnesota for fraud schemes that targeted over $90 million in taxpayer dollars. Our cases today involve 7 different state-managed Medicaid programs that have been systematically pilfered by fraudsters who treated Minnesota-run programs as their personal piggy bank. One defendant is charged with defrauding the Integrated Community Supports Medicaid program. One patient was supposed to be receiving 24-hour care through this program, but he was actually being serviced by a fraudster.
Is that RFK
and received
there?
no services. This.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
There's a lawn chair sitting by the water's edge. Sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. A Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators or dodging jail, while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea. Meanwhile, this chair, it don't move, it don't sway, but it holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink.
Enough of that. By the way, I looked into what I was talking about last week about those things that I found in the dumpster, and it actually is illegal for me to sell them. So if anybody's got diabetes, DM me. We have something I can talk to you about something in private, but because yeah, that guy never called me. He doesn't want him back. So I have like $1,000 of. I didn't steal it. I didn't. I think somebody stole a package off some guy's porch, and he didn't. He opened it, saw it, didn't know what was in it, threw it by the dumpster. I found it by the dumpster, and it's like $1,000. Chuck, do you know what a Dexcom 6 sensor is? Because I've got 10 of them. They're like $150 each. And I would never break the law. But just DM me. They're all unopened in the box. And I called the guy who his phone number was on the box, and he said he doesn't need them. They're gonna send out replacements, and so he told me, okay. Yeah, what it was, Cameron, is you can sell them, but you have to sell them back to this. You have to sell them to. There's a company that buys back, like, if you have extras or something, they'll buy it back from you. But you have to prove that. You have to prove how you got it, your prescription, and all that stuff. But yeah, I have yeah, anyway. Yeah. So I'll give you never mind. I will not do anything with them. I'm going to throw them away, but I'm just saying. And DM me.
Patient was later found dead. Meanwhile, the architect of this fraud scheme was billing Medicaid as if he was providing care to this patient. The defendant even submitted a claim of over $400 for services he never provided the day before this man died.
Laser arrests represent the largest autism fraud bust in American history.
There's a rumor going around that Shady Rays has disrupted the sunglasses industry with their...
Of course they're taking advantage. Also, you can tell I've been looking for a pair of sunglasses. I need some shoes. A couple new outfits. This is all stuff that, you know, I need to get some clothes anyway, but trying to get a couple nice outfits for DebateCon, but also I'm thinking if I should get a drone. I want a drone anyway, but the DJI ones are too expensive, but Walmart has some decent looking drones for under $300. I was thinking about getting one. These look nice. Yes, drone. Get a drone. When did you say new chair? The new chair was supposed to arrive yesterday, but the FedEx guy was too lazy to carry it up the stairs, I think. So now it's supposed to arrive today. That's why I'm supposed to be ending the stream now, but I kind of need to stay awake. Because if I'm not like, well, if they text me and say it's going to arrive from this time to this time, which I think it's going to be at nighttime, I need to like go sit on my porch because the FedEx people won't take it up the stairs. I left a note at the bottom of the stairs, said leave the package at the bottom of the stairs, but I don't know if they're allowed to do that. And they texted me, they said business was closed because I did it with like a business account thing. It said business is closed or person wasn't home. You didn't knock on my door. You didn't ring my doorbell. What do you mean I wasn't home? I was in here waiting for the package yesterday. I was wide awake. And it's crazy. I had just smoked a cigarette on my porch, walked inside. 15 minutes later, I get a text. FedEx was unable to deliver your package because you weren't home. I was like, oh, I was so pissed. I was like, I was just out there and I'm inside here. Nobody knocked on my door. Nobody rang my doorbell. They're scared to go up the stairs because they think the stairs are going to break. Which, if you have a 80-pound package on a dolly and you're pulling it up the stairs, one of the stairs might break. Honestly. So I don't really blame them too much because these stairs are a death trap. But ring my doorbell at least. At least walk up and ring my doorbell. And then I'll come down and get the package. So I left a note down there. I said, you can leave the package here at the bottom of the stairs or come up and ring the doorbell and I'll come down and get it. It's 80 pounds. I can bench press 5 of them. 16, 24. No, I can't. No, I can't. I can't bench press 400 pounds. That's crazy. I can bench press 3 of them.
Cases, for instance, this is the biggest autism fraud that's ever been exposed in Minnesota, and I think potentially in the country, if I heard correctly. So right here, Robert Kennedy's showing this graph. In 2020, it was all normal, and underneath the Biden administration, the numbers just went through the roof, like exponentially, without a need. All fraud. All right, David, so they just had the largest autism fraud bust in American history. Future Learning Center, where they received $3.67 million. She's now been charged. What's your overall thoughts on what you just heard?
So this is the beginning, and like I've always contended, when the dust settles on this fraud in Minnesota is going to be $80 billion going back to about 1988. And the speed with which these investigations are occurring is unprecedented. I'm shocked at how quickly they're making these.
I'm telling you guys, Doge did not fail. Elon and his crew, Big Balls and all of them, they did all the work. They did all the research. They found all the fraud. Then they put on a performative thing because Elon was losing value in his Tesla stocks and he's getting his name run through the dirt. And so I feel like, I don't know this, but this is my theory, and I think I'm right. He says to Trump, look, we need to have like a falling out so that I can maintain my name and keep my businesses going and keep doing the stuff that I'm doing with space and with energy and with all that other stuff, AI, all that stuff. So we're going to have a little performative beef here to restore my name, and I'm going to step out, but you're going to take all that information and you're going to do what you need to do with it. So then Doge leaves. Trump pulls the influencer roundtable with Nick Shirley, Cam Higbee, Savannah Hernandez, and there's a bunch of other people there that I recognize. We watched it on the stream. I can't just remember them off the top of my head, though. Then all those influencers start exposing all this fraud that Doge found. And then once the public has their attention on it, it goes viral. They can also push it to be viral. They force it to the top of the algorithm. Everybody gets interested in it. And they say, we need to do something about this. And then when something gets done about it, when Trump does a rapid investigation, it's not really that rapid because they already investigated it with Doge. And so, boom, people get locked up. It's everything we asked for. You want to clear the swamp? You want to clear out the deep state? You want people locked up? It's happening. But everybody can't hold on to their butts for 10 seconds and not lose their damn minds if things don't happen immediately the day he gets into office. Shit's getting done.
these arrests, and they're going to find the money, and the fraudsters are running scared.
There was literally a fraudster who they went to go arrest this morning who jumped out.
Savannah Hernandez reports on news that, like, I have no idea where she's finding this. Nick Shirley gets this random guy happened to send him an email, and he happened to open it, and he happened to expose all the Minnesota fraud. Bullshit. They were given all this information. Savannah's being given information. Cam Higbee exposes the signal chats. You think he just stumbled upon that and did it with his investigative journalism? No, he was given that information from the White House.
Out of a 4-story building to escape.
Yeah, it looked like he broke his ankle or his leg because he was hobbling. So, and that's exactly what he deserves.
Mohammed Omar. The last name was Omar. What a coincidence.
Yes. What a coincidence.
To Dr. Oz.
They're pretty bad, Auntie. There's been times where 2 stairs were told, because it's like concrete, but there's like 3 steel rebars running through it. So multiple times, and it was more usually from Echo, because when Echo would go down the stairs, he would just like jump and put all his weight on him. Echo broke like 3 stairs at different times. I've broken like 2 of the stairs. So you'll be walking and the concrete will just break and the stair will go like this. You don't fall through because the rebar holds, but the concrete breaks and it caves in like this. And that's happened like 5 times. Twice from me, like 3 times from Echo. Once from the old neighbor that used to live upstairs. And I think that's why he moved out, because he couldn't get mail. They don't deliver mail to us because the stairs are a freaking death trap. And I've requested, the landlord's cheap and he doesn't fix it. Now what'll happen is when a stair breaks, when I used to do maintenance here, I would have to go and rip that stair out. And then they got me some like steel, like not diamond cut steel, but like some, I don't know what it's called, but like some steel stairs, and I welded those in. But even those, I'm not a welder, and so it wasn't a great job. Over time they would get wobbly and stuff. So they had another guy. Now I'm not the maintenance guy anymore. For like the past 2 years, I haven't been the maintenance guy. Another maintenance guy came in and he put in wooden stairs, and the wooden stairs are good, but they didn't go through and replace all the stairs. They just replaced the broken ones and the steel ones that I had replaced. So there's like 7 wooden stairs, but then the rest of the stairs are still that concrete, and you'll just be walking and a chunk will break out of it. And I think the guy probably tried to pull the dolly up the stairs, and the 3rd stair is concrete and it's crumbling and it's going to go soon. And a chunk broke out of it because I saw it was slowly crumbling. But then after they said the package was delivered, didn't get delivered, I went down there and looked, and a bigger chunk was broke out. So maybe he was trying to get the dolly up and that concrete broke. And he said, nah, fuck this. Because that's just the first flight. The first flight goes up to a landing, and then there's a second flight. The second flight is all concrete. I think there's one steel one that I welded in still there, which that one's holding strong. I did a good job on that one. But there's like 6 concrete stairs on the second flight, which if one of those breaks and the rebar doesn't hold, you're in trouble. But they're fine to walk on, but it's just if you're moving something, or if you have a heavy package, or if you jump on them, you might die. So FedEx and UPS, they won't deliver big packages for me a lot of the times. So this has happened multiple times when I got the desk, stuff for the computer, big boxes. It's always a hassle because they don't want to bring them up to my apartment. So I have to leave a note, and then they're like, well, we can't do that. They'll message and they'll say, you can't leave it at the bottom of the stairs. Well, tell me, whatever. Text me or something. Call or something. Well, it's very possible my chair might end up getting taken to like a holding place, and then I'm gonna have to get an Uber and go out there, or just buy a damn car. I just can't make up my mind. I have the money for the car. I got like $5,000 for a car just sitting, and I just can't make up my mind. Can't pull the trigger and just get one. Need to just get something. There could be a place that could help him get it up to code, because I guarantee that's not. Yeah, well, I'm not going to complain, though, because I don't want to be a nuisance.
We just had the press conference. The largest autism fraud in America history took place here inside of Minnesota. And there's a bunch of other fraud as well. One of the Lears as well was...
No, it's not diamond plate. I was thinking diamond plate. I know what diamond plate is. It's the stuff in the truck boxes in the trucks. I know what diamond steel is, but it's not diamond steel. It's different. It's like, it's got diamonds in it, but it's like the steel is sideways. And it's like this. Corrugated steel, maybe? I don't know. It's like this and then like this. So there's like diamonds, but it's sideways. I don't know how to explain it. What's the hesitation? Either thinking I'm going to find something better if I wait longer, or I don't know. Or I'm not happy with the selection, and then I'll find something and I'm like, oh, that one looks pretty good. I should go check that out. But then there was a freaking Yukon with 137,000 miles for $5,000, and then people are like, well, if it's that price, that means the transmission's going to go at any minute. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's too cheap. It's too good to be true. Or I saw that Dodge Avenger that I liked. It was real good price with low miles. And people are like, well, Dodges suck. And so, I don't know. Catwalk, great. Yes. That's it. Yep. Ladder, step tread, stair tread, serrated steel. It's actually like this one. What's this? This is like exactly what I welded in. And Echo hated it. He would never step on it. He would always skip over these steps. And so there's two of these and then a concrete one. He would skip these two and land on the concrete one, and then it breaks the concrete one. And then I got to put another concrete one.
Charged as well. What does this say about how the fraud was able to happen, and then what you guys are doing now to make sure that it does not continue to happen?
When you have fraud of this magnitude, you can't play man-to-man. You need zone defense, which means an all-of-government approach. So when President Trump said, we're creating a White House anti-fraud task force, and he puts the vice president in charge of it, everybody listens. So if I get called and I've got a little data that shows that there's something fishy going on with autism billing because it's gone from a few million to $400 million, which literally happened, I noticed that, but I got to do something with it. So I can call, for example, Department of Justice or the FBI or the Office of Inspector General, and I can get folks, boots on the ground, to go start knocking on doors like you did, by the way. You're basically deputized because you were identifying clues that this was legitimate fraud happening, not just some embarrassing numbers. And then you have Treasury involved because they can do forensic accounting and say, you know what, these lowlifes who are stealing money, they're bad. But what about the folks above them? The people who create the shell companies that hide the funds, they take it overseas, fund terrorist organizations. Who knows? You don't actually know the answer to these questions because you don't know where the money's going. But people who are sophisticated enough to defraud this government are often not from America. They're often foreign criminal organizations or even foreign governments. And that's why beginning to identify how the fraud happens is so important to us, because these guys, they've corrupted the system. They know how to take money out of the U.S. healthcare programs out there. We cannot, as Americans who love these programs and our fellow Americans, let them be hurt by this.
How essential are these programs actually? Because, I mean, think about how much money was gone to fraudsters. How did it go on for so long?
Is that Ron Paul? Or
where people were able to steal, or where the budgets were able to go up by 1,000% when the enrollments didn't even go up. I know these are very important, but
not
how
Ron Paul.
was that happening where there was these huge increases in the budgets?
I know who that guy
where
is.
These fraudsters were literally just looting.
Nick, in our culture, when I look you in the eyes and I tell you I'm going to do something,
I was thinking of Rand Paul, but that's not him. I know who this guy is. I just can't think of his name.
You expect me to do it, and I hold you accountable as well. That's just who we are. During COVID, two major things happened. First, the government said we're not going to keep track for a while because there's a national emergency, but that taught people they could steal. And then we began to get politically correct about the things we're saying, which is specifically what happened here in Minnesota, which I heard from Faye, a whistleblower Democrat serving in the Department of Health here, who said I was pointing out that there were problems happening, and not only were they not listening to me, they were scared. They didn't want to be accused as being racist.
Is that Oz?
And then once
that's Mehmet Oz? Is it Dr. Oz? Oh my God, he looks way older. It is. Dang. Dude, he's aged like crazy. No, he looks, I remember him. Okay, yeah, I guess he looks the same. He just has more gray hair now.
People realized they couldn't speak about the truth, well, then everything gets hit.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy.
And so we witnessed a confluence of catastrophes that has allowed overall Medicaid spending in the whole country to go up by 50% in the last 5-6 years. And we're seeing a fourfold increase in things like pharmaceutical spending. Again, those are programs you can defraud more readily. And let me give you a couple numbers, because I think this will actually, at some point it gets almost entertaining that it could get this bad. 1/3 of all hospices in the entire country are in Los Angeles. Again, how many people are dying in LA? Hospices where you go to pass away. They've defrauded that program. In New York State, the #1 job in the entire state is now being a personal care service worker, which is, again, the core of your question. These are jobs your family would do for you normally, like carrying the groceries upstairs or driving you to a doctor's office or giving you a place to stay if you're down and out. Now we're just paying people to do that, so it's a jobs program. And so you begin to, as an American, question who was keeping track. And let me just answer that question for you real quick. My agency, who was in charge of at least doing the early warning, just looking at the numbers, was basically told, don't go after these bad guys. You got more important things to do. You got to just sign more people up for these programs. And so the total number of people involved in Medicaid fraud in our program integrity unit, 6 people. Just think of that. For the entire almost $1 trillion program, allocating money to all these programs, some of which are suspect, as you point out, there are 6 people in charge of it. That's not an accident. That's, effectively, it's either malevolently ignoring reality, or you just didn't care.
And for instance, a lot of this fraud, like you said there, a lot of it's being done by people who aren't even from the United States. The Chinese mafia in New York City, the Russians in California, the Armenians as well.
New York City, Maine, Oklahoma. Get out of here.
In Minnesota. And we have David here with us. And David, how did you see this fraud? Because if it wasn't for you, a lot of this stuff would not be happening. If it wasn't for you noticing that there's no children at the daycare, how did you notice the involvement of, for instance, the Somali population come in and loot and steal from Americans?
Well, I started to see this prevalence of these childcare facilities around my office, And they're always in these dark, dingy buildings. And I said, well, who's running all these childcare? Why do we need all these childcare facilities? So that's what started me looking into what's going on here, how many kids are going there. And so I'd go early in the morning, no kids. I'd go in the afternoon, no kids, no footprints.
We got one in Salt Lake City.
In the snow. So when I started looking at
a child care building with a bunch of urban legends around it, it's blacked out windows. It's crazy.
The ownership of the child care facilities, I said they're all Somali. And so then I said, well, I'm seeing all these vans driving around and it's a Somali driver and there's never any passengers. So I started looking at that, and then I realized it was autism, and that's why I depicted it as a wheel of fraud with the non-emergency medical transportation as a hub, and then child care is a fraud, autism's a fraud, a spoke of fraud on the wheel. And I realized this thing was so gigantic, it was like trying to wrestle a greased hippo. And I knew it wouldn't work if I tried to tackle the whole thing. So I had to pick a pressure point, and that pressure point was childcare, because I knew people were going to be pissed when they saw what was going on with childcare. And then we moved into the non-emergency medical transportation, and you can see the results now. And it spawned not just a nationwide, but a worldwide investigation by people like us into fraud.
And do you think it's safe to say that the local government, Tim Waltz, Ilhan Omar, Keith Ellison, they were complicit in allowing specifically the Somali population go through and commit this fraud because they knew they could then call out people for being a racist or Islamophobic?
There's no question that was a culture, certainly within the department in charge of these programs, that stymied open talk. You were intimidated if you said anything that was even a little bit deemed as politically incorrect. And the specific issue around racism, which I again heard from Faye, was the biggest insult that you could ever make is to call someone a racist. And I think the biggest insult is that you're a liar and a cheat, and you're taking advantage of your fellow men and trying to hurt them. And the fact that they lost their priorities on
Dr. Oz got a giant ear.
These issues, to me, is very concerning. It's one of the reasons that we've been actively looking at how we can investigate these programs more effectively. And to protect the federal taxpayer, we've had to look at what's been submitted to us and defer in this state, in Minnesota, defer $350 million. But in California, which might be the varsity team, the amount of problems we saw there forced us to defer $1.34 billion. That's a lot of money. That's just for the quarter, by the way. So these are the kinds of numbers we're talking about. Can I just give you an affordability nexus here, just to sort of put it in everyone's mind? Because a lot of people watching now, I hope, are working their tails off with the belief that one day, when they get to age 65, they could retire and enjoy the bountiful benefits of Medicare. A beautiful safety net system, crown jewel of our program, that will help you through all your healthcare expenses when you're getting to the retirement age. The life expectancy of that program is so short now that a lot of people your age, Nick, don't think it's going to be there for them. Do you have an opinion? Do you think Medicare will be there for you?
At this rate, no. I mean, if we continue to get looted, unless you do something about it, we're not going to have it.
Well, I'm going to make this commitment because I've run these numbers. If we can take out
I shouldn't have called attention to it, because once you see it, you can't stop seeing it.
Fraud from Medicare, just the Medicare, not the whole $100 billion of fraud we think exists, but just in Medicare, we will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. That's the part of your paycheck that you pay every month or every week towards making sure that you have Medicare coverage for the country. We will double the life expectancy of that. So you'll have it, your kids will have it, and hopefully their kids will have it. And we don't have to charge you extra tax. We don't have to go after anyone's home. We don't have to, knock out people from playing in the game of life in America. We just have to take the fraud out. That's our job. It's our duty. It's our responsibility.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Oz. And now we're going to go talk with Attorney McDonald about specifically what they found here in Minnesota. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
The fraud here in Minnesota has been going on for so long, for so many years, and today, finally, these fraudsters are held accountable. What exactly did you guys get these fraudsters on?
Today is we've announced charges against 15 fraudsters here in Minnesota who were defrauding 7 different programs, Medicaid programs, and also a child care funding program here in the state of Minnesota. There's a range of charges for these defendants, including healthcare fraud, conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, wire fraud, and other fraud charges. Most of these charges, they'll carry maximum sentences of 5 years up to 20 years.
Was another reason they wanted the DHS shut down. is because DHS investigates all of this stuff too.
And as we heard earlier today, the architect of the Feeding Our Futures case was sentenced this morning for her role in defrauding USDA, and she was sentenced to 41 years in prison for her conduct being the ringleader over that scheme.
And so there's 15 people charged, a few arrests. One man jumped out of a 4-story building.
Yeah.
Last name's Omar. Don't know if that's coincidence or not with Ilhan, but he jumped out of a 4-story building. And now, can you kind of get into specifics of, like, we know there's autism fraud, we know there's a child care fraud.
Yeah.
What was the other fraud that these people were committing?
So the fraud today was, it did involve autism. It involved in-home health services and also the housing stabilization services program. So that involved helping place homeless into homes. The core of it involves home health services for the elderly or the disabled. And so you have folks who will start a business to then be capable of billing Medicaid. They have to go out, they have to actually find real people. They got to find real patients who actually need these services. They get them on their books, and then they...
Vibe coders, ready to build more?
Oh, shit.
Base 44.
It's out for delivery. 10 and 2. Estimated time between 10 and 2. Tweaker. 10 and 2, 10 and 2, 10 and 2. Don't worry about that. Out for delivery. Estimated time between 10 and 2 p.m. Driver Ivan is on the way. Delivery map. Sorry.
Of ours is the home health care programs, the food programs, the daycare programs, and then really everything else. But we see
probably
common,
gonna end the stream and just go sit
common
outside.
Themes of billing for services never provided, billing for patients that were never patients, or billing for children that were never children under the care of a particular daycare outfit.
What the
I think
fuck?
something
I
that's
just
powerful
changed
about
my
today
password
is
yesterday.
you're seeing actual synergy between a citizen like myself who went and exposed the fraud, and then the government coming in and stepping in. Because I think a lot of people feel like, oh, I can only do so much. Like, I'm just watching the news. What can I actually do? But you can actually go out and make a difference, and then the government can actually go in and do the prosecution. I had no idea when I went and made that video that all this would happen, but the government was watching, because it is our tax dollars I was getting stolen, and then I think like there's a beautiful synergy happening right now inside the country, and I hope this gives people more hope to actually go out and make a difference inside their communities and be able to have that trust that, okay, if we see
I think I should go
if we
sit
see
outside.
a random daycare with no
Is this
children,
almost over?
let's say something, and now let's
Okay, we
have
have
that
3
faith
minutes
that
left
the
in this,
government
and
will
then
go
we're
in
gonna
and
end
do
the
the
stream.
prosecution and go do the investigation as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You don't have to scoot
I'm an
for the
assistant
package?
attorney general, but I
don't think I could put the package on the scooter. I'm gonna have to Uber for the package.
just a guy like you. I watched your videos with my kids, and they thought they were great.
Yeah.
And so that to really solve this problem, it requires everybody to come together and say enough is
He's
enough.
like-
and so your work, the work of the agents, the prosecutors, everyone. This should not be a controversial issue. That it's something that we need to solve. It really shouldn't be. So I encourage and I commend you for doing this work and for highlighting certain things. And I invite anyone else to also jump into the game there and help us figure out what fraud is
close.
occurring.
He's only a couple blocks away.
And then we could run with investigating it and trying to bring it to fruition. Because every case requires documents, it requires witnesses, it requires live bodies to actually testify to what has happened here, whether something happened or didn't happen. We rely on people in the community to be those voices for us at trial, for instance. We need everybody to be reporting what they see, so that we can try our best to root out this fraud and do it better than we've done it.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to realize that we don't work for you, you work for us.
We do.
And it's our responsibility to go out and actually make a difference and then have you guys do the work for us. And I think that's what we're seeing. I hope this encourages other people to realize that and see that you can make a difference inside of your own community.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, from my perspective, your words about us working for you, that's exactly what we are. We are public servants. Who do we work for? We work for the public. We don't work for us. We don't work for our own egos or our own desires. We want earnestly to be able to do what's right for the American people and to restore hope, restore joy for victims of fraud. And the justice system, justice is such a beautiful word if done right. And it's an honor for me to be in this role, to be able to step into this seat and to really work hard.
Status
for the American
delivered.
People. It's an honor for me to sit in this seat. I hear from all.
Okay, shut up, Nick Shirley. £80 my ass. I would not be able to carry that up the stairs. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. Let me see. Oh, I can carry it. Sure. Oh, shit. I bought my chair. Best chair I've ever bought. Good choice. What kind of chair did you buy? What the heck is this? Oh shit, this is the instructions? What kind of instructions is this? Hold on, guys. Let me figure out step one. Step one. This is the instructions? Okay, hold on. This is the instructions. It's a poster. Is it a sticker? Assembly guide. Using the handles on the backrest heat seal bag, gently slide the backrest out of the box. Remove all remaining parts and check that you have received all the parts against the checklist on the top right. Tighten your belt. My belt's tight. It's just... Lay on floor and roll on it. What? Welcome home to comfort. Secret lab access. Oh, I just farted. Okay, this is much more realistic instruction book, but this is not even the instruction book. This is how to take care of it. Magnetic headrest pillow. Has a magnetic headrest pillow. It magnetizes to my head. Okay, I don't need that right now. This is, oh, squishy. Squishy magnet pillow. Oh, that's soft. Squishy magnet pillow. Get over there. I don't need you right now. They say that these things, one of the like complaints about these chairs, oh, it's big. I got the extra large because I figure a throne, if you ever see a king in his throne, it's always like a big ass throne, you know? Ain't no sense in a small throne. Let's do a size compare. Let's do a size comparison. Size comparison. Backrest, cut gently, pull handles to slide. It's not much bigger. It's good. It's bigger. It's definitely bigger, but not a crazy amount bigger. Checklist, backrest, seat base. Oh my God. This is like a whole freaking, this is a whole thing. It is bigger. Titan Evo XL, but did you get the premium or standard? Standard. Premium just came with extra like stuff that you could buy later. Like you can buy a recliner thing, which I have on this chair, which I've never used. I used it when I was sick and I fell asleep on Easy Stream. That was the first time I ever used the recliner because I laid down and I went to sleep in it. But this pull-out recliner, I've never used it except for once, so I don't need that. And then it has upgraded armrests, which you can just buy the upgraded armrests later and attach them. Grab a natty and let's go. This is my last one. It's a thing. Strap in, boy. Make sure I got everything in here. If I had to return this, that would suck. I'd have to go buy a car. Where's my bottom? Where's my... We got a giant ninja throwing star to go along with our... What is this? What am I in? A little person? Instructions. This is the instructions. This is a ninja star. A shuriken. Okay, we got the ninja star. Seat base, wheelbase, armrests come pre-installed. Where's the seat base? I'm gonna have to go over there. There's not enough room over here. Dude, I hope this thing fits in this little cubby hole. Lay out foam sheets found in packaging on a flat surface. Place the wheelbase upside down on the foam and insert the casters. You guys aren't going to be able to see me doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I could have set things up so that I could do a little put together the chair stream, but I didn't plan on it. Lay out foam sheets found in package on flat surface. Place the wheelbase upside down on top of the foam. Insert all 5 casters. Armrests. See, all the reviews said they really liked the armrest because on the old Titan, if you needed new armrests, you had to send in the whole base. They had to replace the whole base piece, but now they fixed it. It's just magnetic armrests. These are kind of hard armrests, but you can replace these with the memory foam armrest. I can do that later. Armrest. Accessories box. Could move the old chair. I'm gonna have to. I need to put it together over there. There's not enough room here. This is like a cubby corner. this? Yeah. Butt pad. Hold on, I'll be back. Stay. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the okay. Casters upside down on that. The heck is this? Oh, this is the pressurized air thingy. This is what makes it go up and down. Accessories box. Okay. Once I get everything out, I can clean up a bit. Ugh. I am not saving this box. Usually I save my boxes, but this box is not getting saved. Make sure I got everything. Okay. Take this out to the living room. Oh, cool. It came with some of the wipes. Glad I saw those, or I would have thrown that away. Trash. 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 plant is dying. I need to water it. Never reason that I made it love. Wow. Oh, wow. I'll be fucked up if you get me right, yo. Okay. Caster, where's the... Okay. We need to check this box. Premium chair is legit. Making me jealous over here, sitting on a love seat as my computer chair. You're like, what's his name? T-Jump. You're like T-Jump. Just trying to help you have more space to put it together. I'm jealous too, sitting on this crusty ass chair. Yeah, they say it takes like a month to break in, though. That's what I was saying earlier, and I never finished my thought. People say, compared to other chairs, it takes longer to break in, and that it's really stiff for like a month. But once it breaks in, people love it. And then the other complaint, the only complaints I hear is it takes a while to break in. It takes like a month to break in. There's a break-in period where it's kind of stiff and uncomfortable for like a month, and then it's perfect. And then the other complaint is that it's too loud. People say it's a loud chair. After a while, the pneumatic stuff and the twisting, it gets kind of loud. But this chair, I constantly have to adjust the height on it, because if I like lean or if I move in it, it would like slowly drop down over time. And so I would always have to move it. But this one, once I get it set at the height that I want it, and I get my camera at the angle I want it, I shouldn't have to mess with it. Whereas with this chair, I'm constantly having to change the height of it because it is broken like a mug. Pull handles to slide backrest out gently. Oh, I was showing you on the wrong side of it. That's what it'll look like. do a... It's about 4 years. 4 years of wear and tear on the $100 Amazon chair. This is the worst part. This thing is held together in multiple places with JB Weld. If I took the back off, you could see. But it's falling apart. Out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, buddy, let's put this thing together. Look at this. You can't. I'd have to take the whole back off, but you see that? That's all JB Weld. That's all JB Weld. And then there's another spot. The zippers don't work, so I can't even take the back off. Look at the armrests. This big ass. Oh shit. Is it on this side? This hole goes all the way down to the steel. Look how deep this hole is. Oh shit, it's falling, breaking. You're a good chair. You did me good. Keep that chair as a co-host. Noise? Oh, that's nice. Okay. Let me get my giant instruction manual. My giant ass instruction manual. This is so stupid. Why did they do this? Lay out foam sheets found in the packaging on flat surface. Place the wheelbase upside down on top of the foam and insert all 5 casters. Okay. I can do that. Better be nice. It's almost a $700 chair. That's it? That was not even difficult. Really? They pop in that easy? Yeah, but they probably come out pretty easy too. Maybe once you sit on it, it locks in. Oh no, you gotta push it all the way down. Okay. You can also replace these casters and get the roller skate casters, which are way more quieter. But that's for if you have hard floor. I don't have hard floor. I don't know what these are. Oh, these are probably the dude, everything's just magnetic. It all just clips in. These are probably the side bars that go on the side of the back. The review I watched said it only takes 25 minutes to put together, and it's really easy to put together. So we're about to find out. Probably took me longer. Oh, shit. Probably took me longer to get it out of the package than it does to put it together. Okay. Step 3. Turn the wheelbase right side up and insert the hydraulic piston. Slide the hydraulic sleeve over the piston. Hydraulic sleeve. Piston. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, here it is. This thing is heavy. Ugh. Take that thing off, do I? Is that right? Looks different. Not this side. It's definitely like this. This white cap is not in the picture. I don't know if this white cap is supposed to come off. It doesn't tell me to take it off, but it doesn't have it in the picture. Usage information. Guess you just drop it in like that. Put this on. This is what happens when I see an attractive lady. This. Oh shit, I'm breaking it. Piston sleeve, set it on top. Okay, that's not very complicated. Remove the 4 M8 screws pre-installed in the backrest using the hex side of the screwdriver or Allen key. What the hell is this? Oh, this is the... Here we go. Toolkit. Be fucked up if you can't be right now. Told you to stay, you never will. Told you to change, you never will. Yeah. Need you to stay, need you to stay. I don't see any. Ooh, there's some suede on it. I like that. I don't see any loose fabric or threads hanging out. Armrest width adjustment. Before assembly. Oh shit. Do not remove this strap until backrest has been securely installed. Shit. I already did. Oh no, what is this gonna do? What? Why would it tell me that? Hold on, I gotta put it back on. Do not remove this strap until backrest has been securely installed. Whoops. Well, I already fucked up one thing. It's okay. I'll put it back. There, it's back. It's good. It's all good. Okay. Step 4, remove the 4 M8 screws pre-installed in the backrest using the hex side of the screwdriver or Allen key. This is not the backrest. Hold on, I gotta go over there and do this. Let me see what you guys are saying. Height lever, toolkit. No, the cap doesn't come off. Do not remove anything. I already messed that up. Billboard instructions. I know. Well, it was on this thing, and I already tore it off. Okay, hold on. I gotta remove 4 screws. Okay, this one does not work. You're a monster. I could swallow a bottle of alcohol and I feel like Godzilla. But hit the deck like the car dealer. My whole squad's in here, walking around the party, a cross between a zombie apocalypse and Bavada. Brain demon. Okay. So I'm removing these. Oh shit. Remove the 4 M8 screws in the hex side of the Allen key. Okay. Slide the backrest bracket on the right down onto the right incline bracket until it comes to a stop. Insert the M8 screws previously removed from the backrest. Screw them in halfway. So how do the washers go? Washers stay on this side? Doesn't tell me. Rest bracket on the right down. Push the left recline bracket up to align with the screw holes on the left side of the backrest. Who's left? My left or the chair's left? Oh, I see. It's all coming back to me now. Every time I install a new chair, I get happy. Sorry. I'm in a weird angle. I just farted. Oh, y'all didn't hear that. Damn. That might be the first time I ever let one rip on camera. This screw is not in there straight. Whew. Oh, man. Did y'all hear that? Okay. Oh, wait, there's 4 more here. What did they give me extra screws for? What did Jeremy say? Dude, what am I supposed to do? Look how big they are. It's not like I can avoid them. Okay, the right side. That's the left side. Slide the backrest bracket on the right down onto the right incline bracket. It's not on the right unless I turn it around. Ah. This goes down. And this goes. Adjust lumbar position. Adjust lumbar curvature. Ugh. Could they not freaking start it off up? Oh shit, did I just break my light? I might have just broke my light. No, I didn't. Okay. 1, 2. Comes to a stop. Insert the front backrest. Screw them in halfway. I have no freaking room here. Are they the same on both sides? Because halfway. They only go in halfway. halfway. Did I just break something? You like this. You like that. Doing construction, it's hot in here. Alright, that's halfway. Then, the other side. Push the left recline bracket up to align with the screw holes on the left bracket. Insert there, make screws, tighten all four fully on both sides of the backrest using the long Allen key. Finger tight. Finger tight. Now we fully tighten them. Kind of tight. Why did they send it like this? Send it straight up. Tight. Tight. Tight like a tiger. Tight. Tight. Okay. Step 6. Push the left recline bracket up to align with the... I already did that. Install the magnetic side covers by aligning them on top of the backrest so they will snap magnetically in place. That's this. How do I know which side is which? It's got the U symbol. That means it's kosher. Oh no, it's a magnet. Okay, that was easy. I wish they would have sent it straight up and not reclined, because it's taking up more space because it's reclined, but I can't straighten it until I hook up the pneumatic thing. Remove the recline strap. Haha. Next, use the Phillips screwdriver to remove the red screw marked out by the red safety tape on the right recline cover. What? Caution, do not remove screw until backrest has been installed. Okay, backrest is installed. And then we take this and this. Put this in here. Remove this screw. Now it's going to let me recline it. Or de-recline it. Hold on, I'll check what you guys are saying in a second. Now if I pull that, it should... Remove the red safety tab. This allows the recliner to be used. Note, do not discard the reclined safety tab and screw, as they can be reinstalled for child safety. I don't have any children, so I'll pass on that. Number 10, lift the chair and gently set it facing downwards. Looks like they don't want me to change how it's reclined yet, so I'm not gonna. Refer to the sticker label under the seat base for the correct orientation of the tilt levers. Line up the grooves on the inside of the lever handles with the notches and insert fully into shafts. Now we're getting complicated. Now you're confusing me. Okay. Chair's upside down. I'm sweating. It's hot in here. What are you guys talking about? Nice. I just bought a GMC Sierra 250 Denali. I love Denali's. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're trying to do here, Jeremy. You're mad I got a cooler chair than you. So you're trying to rub it in my face that you got a Denali. Wow. Okay. Refer to the sticker label under the seat. base for the correct orientation of the tilt levers. Ensure the tip must fit correct by finding the same sticker label under the seat base. Attach the tilt mechanism to the bottom of the seat base using 4 M8 screws. Then tighten all 4 fully. Those 4 screws. Okay, I gotta go grab that. I think this is the only part where I could like really screw it up. If I put these things on backwards. If I put these on backwards, we're screwed. Okay. So tilt lock and height. So I'm looking at it like this. Streamlab is in the front. Tilt lock with the red goes like this. Did I just break something? It didn't snap in all the way. I'm confused. I'm confused. Line up the grooves with the inside of the tilt notches. What does that even mean? Refer to the sticker label under the seat. Line up the grooves on the inside of the lever handles with the notches. Insert fully into the shafts. I mean, this is the only way it can go. Oh, I got it. Okay. And this one goes like this. Oh, this one just lets the happen. Okay. I get it. I get it. I guess while I'm doing this, I'll put that washer on this mic. Ensure the tilt mechanism is facing the correct direction by referring the same stick label onto the seat base. Attach the tilt mechanism to the bottom of the seat base using the 4 M8 screws. Then tighten all 4. Finger tighten. There's no finger tight. Finger tight. And do not touch the mechanism while tilting. I probably should have adjusted the width of the armrest before I did this. I'm not going to be able to do it once. Almost done. Good. 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 A little more. Now it's good. Okay. Woo. It's hot. Hey, Marshall sent some memberships. Look at those instructions, I know. Grooves and notches. PC load letter? I don't know what that means. All right. What's this? Can I take this off? The heck? Oh, shoot. Soft and breathable, engineered for durability, rigorously tested. Blah, 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 blah. Share your experience unboxing. Share your Secret Lab unboxing experience with us. Well, somebody share this to Secret Lab. They can learn all about my political takes. And then they can see me unbox a chair. Okay, now. Step 13. Lift the assembled wheelbase and insert the hydraulic piston into the socket of the tilt mechanism. That ain't gonna work. Okay, I gotta do this. I gotta do this over here, kinda. Well, let me see. You sure this white cap doesn't come off? No way this is just gonna click in like this. No freaking way. Oh shoot. No. It's gotta click in or something. That can't be right. It doesn't like click in or something? That means it's just gonna fall apart if I lift up the chair. It has to click in, there's no way. Now, how am I gonna pick this thing up? Oh snap, recline action works. Step 12, 13, whatever it is. Left, right. Right side from this. Right side like this. Right. This is the right. This goes on the right side, but is it the right? Is it the right side? Oh, it can only go on one way. Install the foam armrest onto the armrest. They will snap magnetically. Congratulations, your Secret Lab chair assembly is complete. Usage information. Backrest recline. That's simple. 4D armrests. Press and hold the front button to move them forward, back, and angle sideways. Inner side button to move them sideways. There's two buttons on this. Adjust tension, tilt tension. Turn the knob clockwise to loosen the rocking tension of the chair. Anti-clockwise to tighten. Adjust according to your weight. Armrest width adjustment, lumbar height, lumbar curvature, lumbar usage. Do not put weight on the backrest while adjusting lumbar support. Do not attempt to turn either knob past its maximum amount of points. Height adjustment. Lock is up, down is unlock. Right lever while seated. Pull the right lever to adjust the height of the chair. Left lever while seated. Pull up to lock the tilt mechanism in the seat base at your desired angle. Push down to unlock. Dude, knowing how to work this chair is more complicated than putting it together. Anti-counterfeit verification. Verify the authenticity of your Secret Lab chair and access assembly video. What? There's a video? Aftercare guides and other useful information by scanning the embedded tag with an NFC-capable phone. Well, that would have been important to put at the beginning of the instructions, not at the end. All right, we need a seat test. Hold up. Sorry, old chair. But you gotta go. You gotta go. Freaking cable that I never stapled in is all over the place. All right. Hold up. And now, the new chair. Oh. All right, first seat test. All right, let's try this. Let's try this. Oh my God. Oh, it's a whole new world. Oh, that chair sucked. What? Yo. This is so much more comfortable. Holy crap. It's not even broken in yet. It's stiff. It is stiff, but still. Here's my what's up. Did you say explosion incoming? When's your due date? Don't be making fun of my beer belly. It's a beer belly, man. Don't worry about my beer belly. Okay, just worry about that. Just worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Don't worry about that. Got a fart in it to seal the deal? Okay, wait. What's up with this armrest action? Oh, shit. One, two, It's like 6-axis chair armrest. It is a little wide, but I was worried if I got the extra large that it was going to make me look short, because I thought the headrest might be like up here. But it's not. Oh, speaking of headrest. Ooh, it be spin good. It be spin good. Look at that. Armrests are a little wide. There's screws on the bottom. I can pull them in closer. But this is comfy. It's very comfy. And I haven't even messed with the lumbar support. So there's like inside of here, there's like a frame. It's like a curved lumbar support frame. And you can move it out or in or up or down or flatter or more curved with these bars on the side. But I mean, this is nice. Hold on. One more thing. Yeah, buddy. Oh. I could get a mean pretzel in this chair. Look. You don't even know. About to pretzel it up. My hair is all sweaty because it's hot in here. I need to turn my air conditioner on. I don't want to put my head on this pillow. Oh, my hair's all sweaty. This is dirty anyway. I gotta wash it. Oh, this pillow. This pillow action is fantastic. This pillow is nice. Look at this pillow. It's magnetic. It's silky velveteen stuff. I love this material. And it's memory foam in that ass. Magnet's not very strong. That's what somebody said in a review. They said the magnet's not super strong. Maybe it's strong in certain places, just not strong in others. Mine has a pillow too. Best thing ever. That had a pillow, but that pillow sucked. This is a nice pillow. And it's not even broken in yet. It is very stiff. It's a very stiff chair, but that thing, I would sink down into it and I would feel metal bars on my butt and on my back. Like metal bars were digging into my spine. This thing, I might want to pull the armrests in just a little bit. I slid them as far as they go this way, but I have to use the screws on the bottom to bring them in a little more. There's one more thing I want to do before I end this thing. It's crazy. I found this. So remember when I flipped the mic over so that the Shure wasn't upside down anymore? And I said I lost a washer. And I was like, I'm never going to find that thing because it's a little black plastic washer. I freaking was taking a shower one day took my socks off and this thing flew out of my sock. So I'll fix that real quick because it doesn't tighten properly. Oh, and there goes another washer. Okay, so it goes. So this goes right here. And then this goes right here. What's up, Nuggets? Tiny. Now it should stay tightened better because that plastic one kind of grips it. I need to redo my wire management because the wire management package thing that I bought has stickies so you could stick the wires up onto the bottom of your desk, but they're like not very good. They're slowly coming undone. Justice for old chair. Well, old chair's still got one more. We got one more. We're gonna do one more chair stream with the old chair and the new chair, doing a chair reacts stream. Uno with the boys, a fond farewell to the chair. So that's still happening. And until that happens, this chair will sit right next to me. One thing, it's heavier, so it doesn't roll as good as this chair. This chair rolled better. Also, I'm low. How do I go up? How high does this thing go? Whoa, I'm on top of the world. My feet. Sorry, don't look at my belly. My feet don't touch the ground when I go all the way up. Well, my toes do. My heels don't. If I sit back in the chair and I go all the way up, my feet don't touch the ground. I can swing my legs like a little kid again. That's good right there. I feel like this will help my posture. This chair is more professional. I guess for now we'll keep it like that. Yeah, buddy. Okay, it's 1 p.m. I need to go. I was going to go at noon, but this freaking package got delivered. Squishy pillow on my neck. Old chair versus new chair debate. No, they're gonna react to Easy and Rob's chairs. They'll be debating all night and playing Uno, all that stuff. Casters aren't meant for carpet. Get them rollerblade wheels. Yeah. I feel like if I got up and I just lifted on the armrest, it would pop out of the hydraulic, or not hydraulic, but the pneumatic mechanism. Because it didn't lock in, it didn't pop in. It's the chair is just sitting on the pole. Pause. But it didn't pop in or anything. So if I stood up and picked up on the chair, it would separate from the base. Is this supposed to be like that? The rollerblades wheels are also casters. Get a chair mat for under your chair. They do make chair mats. They make chair mats. They make upgraded armrests, memory foam, squishy cooling. Well, they have the memory foam ones. Then they have the gel cooling ones, which keep your arms cool. And they have gel. So they have armrests. They have the recliner, which I don't really care about that. I don't want that. I guess I could go to sleep in the chair. Let's see the recline action on this bad boy. Check out this recline action. Ready? Check out this recline action. So not full recline. Pretty good recline action. Now quick draw. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you, chat. Your super chats helped me buy this new chair. Swords of Reason, chair versus chair. I thought shelves was after chair. Well, I need to buy a car first. Eventually, I'll put some shelves in here, but I kind of sidetracked that. I still need to get new furniture for my bedroom and a few things for in here. I donated for a car. You swindled me. You guys didn't hit the goal, so you don't get to be mad at me about that. You didn't hit the goal. I'm still gonna get the car, but I'm gonna get it when I want to get it. I didn't lie to you. You didn't hit the goal. What are you talking about? The goal was not hit. Nobody's talking to you, cat. I still got the car money. I just haven't bought it yet. All right. I gotta go to bed. I could find a car in a day too. But I'm picky. I'm picky. I ain't just gonna rush into it. It's a big purchase. I wanna make sure I get the best I can get. The best a man can get. I want to just willy-nilly go out and buy the first thing I see. It is procrastination a bit. It's procrastination and fear of commitment. Plus, I like having a whole bunch of money in my savings account. As soon as I buy the car, I don't have as much money in my savings account. Your last car says that's a lie? My last car was given to me. And then the one before that was just the first van that I could find for $1,000 because I was homeless and I needed something to sleep in. So I just bought the first big van that I could find for $1,000. And it lasted like 2 months before the freaking brakes exploded. Buy the first thing you see. That's how you get lot lizards. New support here. I don't know. Y'all been slacking lately. Slacking. Last week I made $7 in 2 days. What the hell is that? How am I gonna take over the world with $7? You're being some way schnurred. I am bougie. I'm bougie. I'm bougied up to the max. Okay, I gotta go to bed. Who can we raid to? Bougie to the max. I also blame Kat. It's all her fault. Marshall got 2 memberships, though. Marshall's out here pulling his weight. Like a pimp on a blimp. Redirect. You guys can go to Rob Noor. What's he watching? Crowder and Fuentes? Mr. Dapper Sam? Who the hell is Mr. Dapper Sam? I don't know what that is. I want to be a mod. Nah, I don't mod women anymore. I only made that mistake once. Not gonna happen again. I thought you didn't deal in orders. Why I order? I do deal in orders. He streams games and gives commentary like a sports announcer. It's hilarious. Oh, I think I've seen shorts of him where he goes into like Call of Duty and he's like, here we go, guys. We're coming down the live stretch. And here he is. It's Bob Stevenson. Wow, Bob. Bob is out here. He's running the court. He's going in. That guy, I think I've seen him. And he looks like a nerd. His voice does not look like his face. Who's Rob? I'm going to come and bother. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come. Oh, I'm coming. If you need a car and can get a car, get a car. Great advice. Wow. Wow. That's great advice. Some say the best advice. Okay, I'm going to bed, guys. God bless. Go say hi to Rob. Put some new chairs in his stream. Sparkle chair. I'll see you guys tonight. We'll be live. VK, all the good stuff. All right. If I'm in the back for like 4 hours, you guys, somebody should just pay for me to 1v1 challenge somebody. Or something. Or I won't tolerate you. All right, later. Deuces. Peace.